Microphone. Okay. Regia. Slides, please. Okay, I have to put. Okay, wait a minute. Arc. New window. Sorry, I'm super late. Islands
Not
view.
super late. What are you talking about? It's 1 minute. We Italians, they understand.
Okay, is mirroring. That's a problem. Oh shoot. Okay.
That was not part of the script.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Screen mirroring, no. Who's a separate display? Okay. Yeah. Woo! And then.
Technology.
Yeah. No. 5. Here we are. Okay. This can do it. Come on.
Almost there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Good. Well, welcome everyone. Buongiorno. Welcome to PyCon Italy 2024. My job here is going to be very brief. Actually, I'm here just to respect tradition, to pass on this duty to Esther to do the opening officially. The only one thing I have to do right now is to fix the outfit.
What? Oh, the outfit.
Your outfit.
Oh, shit.
If you want to do the opening, you need the waistcoat.
Okay.
That's tradition here, PyCon Italy.
I can. Okay,
So
this is reverse.
I can help
okay.
you with that.
Thank you.
So.
Yeah. Hello everyone, and welcome to whoever is following us from the streaming. Hello, Mom. And yeah, we have 800 attendees this year, actually.
What? 800? Really?
Yeah, 800. Counted them myself. Look at it.
I don't trust this guy.
Yeah, we have 800 people. Actually, 600 new people. Yeah.
No way. So, can you please show your hands if it's the first time here? All right, I shut up. You're
yeah,
right.
I told you.
Right, sorry. Okay. All yours?
Yeah. Where are you going?
I'm leaving. It's yours.
Yeah. You're already here. You can. Oh, you can do the steward thingy.
The steward thingy?
Yeah, the steward thingy.
What's the steward thingy?
You know, show the exit.
I can do the steward thingy.
Okay.
I don't have a dignity anymore. That's okay.
Okay. Oops.
How many slides it show?
I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, in case of an emergency, there are 5 emergency exits, 1 left and 1 right. There are 3 doors behind you and 2 bathrooms on your left. So, first of all, in case of an emergency, please contact Alessia or Matteo. Yes, PyCon Italia is dedicated to provide an harassment-free conference experience for everyone, regardless of their gender, age, sexual orientation, disability, physical appearance, body size, race, or religion. We will not tolerate harassment of any kind in all the venue, including talks. Please, if you need to report something, please do. You can do this at all times. Yeah. But first, let's see where the rooms are. There are spaghetti on your right, lasagna here on the center, tagliatelle on your left. Behind us, there are 2 workshop rooms, mozzarella and ricotta. On the first floor, there is the choir room and childcare for the first time. And then we have panino.
Wait, I have the order. We have focaccia first.
Panino, pizza, and focaccia.
Let me show you pizza first. I have this prepared, just in case you're wondering.
Inside the hotel, we have the recruiting room, and don't forget, we have the guardian stage and the quiet room as well, if you need a break for all this assignment. In the very likely event that the room is full, there will be panels indicating whether the room is full or free. And in the very likely event that a room is full, the live streaming will be automatically provided on our website above your head. Please remain seated and click play. And remember, in case of any turbulence, keep your seatbelt fastened and enjoy the conference. We have thank you. We have a selection of esteemed keynoters who will be sharing their insight and expertise. Please check our conference programs for the full schedule. If you need to ask them any question, there will be a link inside the talk for the question and answer. We are using Slido. Check. Then, on our menu, we have a data beer this evening where you can enjoy a drink while discussing data-related topics. Please remember to register on Eventbrite if you wish to attend. Don't miss our lighting talks. This year, we have a new system. So we have 4 categories: events, diversity, first-time speaker, general track. There will be a box on the registration desk where you can write your talk, description, title, and we will choose randomly. And please be in the room when in the lighting talks, otherwise we will skip it. Okay, we are very excited to host once again Jungle Girls workshop happening on Saturday. And then you can explore the city with our guided tours, a fantastic opportunity to network and see Florence. It's open to everyone, so your family, your partner, whatever you like. Join us on Pie Dinner and Pie Drinks happening on Tuesday and Friday. We have a great selection of delicious options for lunches and breaks. There are a restaurant and 2 food trucks this year. Please remember to collect one of the tags from the registration desk every morning. With the route to the restaurant is one way only. So enter from the stairs, enjoy your meal, and then exit from the hotel main entrance. And then you can come back from the outside the hotel. Follow the instruction of the crew on a yellow T-shirt at all times. During the coffee break, please be mindful of the large crowd and help ensure everyone can enjoy the coffee break. If the staff asks, please cooperate. The good news, by the way, is that we increase the time, we double the time, so there is plenty of time for the coffee break, so don't rush. Here there is our bed. We have 3 boxes for the lunches, so when you collect the tag, we will mark on your badge that you already collected. So please don't lose it, otherwise you will not gonna eat. So on the right there is the QR code for your public profile. You can set down on your profile on the website if you want to be public or private. You can also add pins for indicating your social preference. Green, happy to socialize. Yellow, prefer not to talk. Yeah, red is for if you don't want to take photos, so the photographer will know. Don't forget to pick up our conference T-shirt. You can pick up this afternoon. This is how it looks like. It's wonderful. By the way, the package exists. I baked it myself, but sadly, this import will not work. I cannot tell you why. I cannot. It's not like in talk. I have no time, and Ernesto will gonna kill me. So But yeah, this is a Python conference. I will not tell you what to do. I will not tell you to clone CPython. I will not tell you to change the tokenizer to accept emoji as valid identifiers. I will not tell you to have fun with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so someone did the homework then.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
I cloned CPython on my machine for the first time. It was so good.
Good.
And then we have a light demo. You have to master this by the end of the conference. So, how to do the pinch of fingers. First, raise one hand, palm facing up. Bring all the fingertips together so they can touch. Move the hand up and down or back and forth while keeping the fingertips together. Then move the entire arm along with the whisk to express rather disapproval. Then adapt a facial expression brings confusion and frustration. We will use Discord for all the communication, so please join. We have a Lego challenge, a Lego competition. Yeah, you can showcase your creativity. You have to bring, you have to get the Lego pieces at the registration desk, assemble, make a good picture, share on the Lego context, and return back to the registration desk, and continue to breathe normally. We will have a mindful session happening on Friday at 8 a.m. If you want to relax and unwind. And then last but not least, thank you to our sponsors. We will not... Yeah. We will not have been able to organize this conference without our sponsor. I cannot stress this enough. This year was particularly challenging for us, and we had to make some decisions, actually. We worked very hard, and we put together this amazing conference, but actually we already started looking for sponsors for next year, because next year will bring new challenges, but no spoiler. So yeah, if you are a business and you value this conference, please get in touch. If you have a business ticket, your company paid for your ticket, please consider asking them to sponsor next year. And then thank you to our media partners. Our sponsors have a wide list of job position openings, so check our job board if you are looking. I'm looking, by the way. We will have a childcare and a quiet room sponsored by JetBrains, and the childcare will be provided by Tripsita. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. We are very proud of that. And then, another challenge. Our sponsor, Digma, is giving away his amazing keyboard, and you just have to scan the QR code and do the quiz. Don't worry, I will upload the slide on Discord after this, so yeah, don't worry. So yeah, thank you for your attention. We wish you a pleasant conference. Okay. I think it's time for the keynote.
Yeah, we can leave. Oh, these are the... Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. You do that?
So... È libero.
Microphone. Here we go. So we're going to have 1 second. Ok, mettere la lavaglia.
All good. Devo festeggiare con la mia compagna. Dov'è sta? Dove sta?
Ti riesce bene?
Riesce bene?
Can you setup. And thank you all for attending. Instruction for the team, we're going to handle also another room because it is a little bit overstuff for streaming. And we're now having a start with our first keynote, our first talk of this conference. There will be an amazing journey. We start to hear more hype about the different language models, the different hype on what is human behavior and what AI started to be close to that. But is this true or not? And who's better to talk about if a person has already a lot of experience in data science? We have here Dr. Dorothy Barcha with us. She has worked in different various projects about large language models, in particular in the natural process languages. She works as a lead data scientist at Verge Group Europe, and also right now is a data scientist and developer advocate for IntelliJ. And above all, she has a PhD in psychology and postdoc in biostatistics. So she have all the different tools, because who has the time to go for all the academics papers about psychology and also have this great academic background and knowledge in technology. And she's also very helpful in the community. Just last day we have a humble data workshop. Kudos for all the people that were in there. And PyLadies Berlin also comes for the Aeroplyton. So it's a really a full package. So we're very happy to start. We start with that. So just ask you a quick second to set up for the microphone. So stay ready for this journey. Sit your bells, as Esther mentioned before. And also, a quick technical details. There are a few free spots, free seats in the start of the conference in here. So please come along. So just give a huge applause and also very long to set up the microphone to Jody.
All right, is it working? Voila. Okay, thank you so much, Stefania, for that amazing introduction. Feel a little shy after that, actually. So, welcome to PyCon Italia. Welcome to the opening keynote. As Stefania said, what we're going to be talking about is a lot of the hype that's been happening around large language models and whether we can trust a lot of the information that we've been hearing. So as we know, it has been an absolutely huge couple of years in natural language processing, and particularly for large language models. But as much as has been said about these models, and it's been a lot, I think maybe you might even be sick of hearing about them at the moment. There's been a lot of misinformation, misconceptions, and confusion. And one of the areas where this confusion, I think, is greatest is in the area of whether these models are actually behaving in our own image. However, this is not entirely a new conversation, at least when it comes to technology more broadly. Yeah, it's all right. You were right, yeah. I like to leave a lot of blank stuff on my slides, and my husband was telling me, don't do that, it's gonna be really confusing. I'm like, nah, here we go. First slide, we're already confused. So, since we've had technology, we've actually been fascinated by the idea of making machines in our own image. So all the way back to the ancient Greeks, we have stories like those of the Golden Maidens. These were automatons who could speak, sing, and assist the smithing god Hephaestus in his forge. Or we have the story of Talus, a gigantic bronze automaton who was made to protect the island of Crete. And as we entered the age of robotics, we started imbuing these machines with our own characteristics. Take the case of Electro here, a robot shown at a 1939 World Fair who someone decided should be a smoker. Now, of course, this is jarring and quite hilarious now, but I'm sure at the time it actually helped Electro feel more human. So coming back to fiction, one of my favourite depictions or explorations of the relationship between humans and human-like machines comes from Dune. So for those of you who have seen the recent movies, have you wondered why there are no robotics or advanced AI? So this is a 20th century novel, and this was an absolute cornerstone of science fiction at the time, but they're conspicuously absent in these movies. Well, the thing is, in the Dune universe, humans did have AI around 10,000 years before the events of the first novel. So in the age called the Old Empire, humans had become so reliant on artificial intelligence that they became weak and lazy. And a group called the Titans exploited this. They basically hijacked this technology to come to power, but they repeated the mistakes of the empire that they just overthrew. And they outsourced so much of the work of running their empire to artificial intelligence that one of them obtained sentience. It became a sentient god called Omnius. Now, Omnius rampaged throughout the universe, classic sci-fi kind of story, killing and enslaving everyone who opposed it. And Omnius was eventually overthrown in a final uprising by the humans. And in the aftermath, humans developed such a religious fervour against artificial intelligence that the creation of machines with the likeness of a human mind was strictly forbidden. So this follows a very well-trodden trope of AI going rogue. But what I find really interesting of this exploration of artificial intelligence in Dune is not that the threat posed by artificial intelligence was to our physical safety. Rather, the threat was to what makes us special as humans. So from the novel, they say, humans tried to develop machines as secondary reflex systems, turning over primary decisions to mechanical servants. Gradually, though, the creators did not leave enough to do for themselves. They began to feel alienated, dehumanized, and even manipulated. Eventually, humans became little more than decisionless robots themselves, left without an understanding of their natural existence. So for me, this raises a number of questions. What is so special about being human? Where is the boundary between human abilities and machine capabilities? And why is it that we're so ready to see ourselves in artificial intelligence, and particularly at the moment, in large language models? So there is something very human feeling about interacting with an LLM. And oftentimes these models create such canny-sounding text that it's difficult to tell them apart from what a human would write. So we're going to do a little game. I'm going to present you with some examples of some texts, and I want you to put up your hand if you think it was written by a large language model. So let's start with the first example. Upon the velvet cloak of night's embrace, the stars, like jewels, in the heavens dance their light, a silent song that spans the space, a tapestry of fate and sweet romance. So hands up if you think this was written by an LLM. Seeing a few hands, you were correct. This is by ChatGPT-4. Pretty much as good as something that Shakespeare could have written himself, though. So what about this one? I know not how it falls on me, this summer evening hushed and lone, yet the faint wind comes soothingly with something of an olden tone. Hands up, LLM. This one's Emily Bronte, so this one's a human. All right, what about this one? As an AI language model, I'm not capable of providing a personal opinion or current information. Okay, that one was pretty easy. Here's the thing, though. I'm sure that many of you have had a moment where you just could not believe the text you were reading was an output of an unthinking algorithm. I think I'm going to need a swap to the other microphone. This one is rebelling. Thank you very much. Hopefully I don't accidentally throw this one across the room. Let's see how we go. So I first had this moment with a large language model all the way back with GPT-3. So as we're going to see later in this talk, this was the first of the large language models to start encoding more than just grammatical information. It started encoding some sense of knowledge that was in the data that was trained on. And for me, it really blew me away that I was seeing this model produce coherent, impressive text on a wide variety of topics. So my very cynical husband here in the front row, He hates machine learning and large language models, which is great for him when he has to sit through all of my talks. But he first had this moment with ChatGPT-4. So he took a screenshot of a problem from one of his computer science textbooks, input it into this model, and not only was it able to accurately transcribe the text, but it also gave him a reasonable sounding answer and was able to explain the reasoning. And all the way back in mid-2022, a Google engineer called Blake Lemoine had this moment with a chatbot model called Lambda. Now, Lemoine had been testing Lambda in order to release it with what ended up becoming Bard for Google. And he had a series of conversations with this model. And as he did more and more of these tests, Lemoine became convinced that this model was showing signs of sentience. So Lemoine is a spiritual man, and he was concerned at the implication of this being that he saw having a soul being potentially exploited. So he went to the press to advocate for policies to protect this model. So Lemoine's story is a spectacular one, but it's only one of a handful of truly outrageous claims that have been made since LLMs first erupted onto the market. And each of these claims have touched on the idea of LLMs having human-like qualities, or maybe even exceeding us in some way. So let's see how these claims have each contributed to the current hype around LLMs on this totally unscientific chart. I do promise the rest of the talk will be actually scientific. So the first of these claims was actually all the way back in February of 2019. So OpenAI had just released GPT-2, and unlike with their first GPT model, they refused to open source it. So what they claimed is the output of this model was so convincingly human-sounding that it would be dangerous to release it for just anyone to use, meaning that people could create propaganda or misinformation. And with what ended up happening with the release of ChatGPT 3.5, this feels like a really cynical claim indeed. However, what makes this claim so notable is that OpenAI were essentially saying that this model had language abilities that rivaled that of humans. So the hype died down a bit until Lemoine's claims of Lambda's sentence in 2022. But as we know, the hype train really took off in late 2022 and early 2023 with the release of ChatGPT and GPT-4 in close succession. So Microsoft research actually threw a lot of fuel onto this fire when they released a paper claiming that GPT-4 was showing sparks of artificial general intelligence. And the conversation around LLM intelligence really took off in a kind of hysterical way from that point onwards. And people were speculating that we were basically on the path to an AI apocalypse, or maybe we were about to invent Skynet. Well, it's a year later and we're all still here and we're all still alive. But these claims have really left their mark. And in particular, they've left a lot of confusion about the true abilities that these models are actually showing. So in this talk, I'm going to go through each of these areas one by one: language, sentience, and intelligence. And I'm going to look at the evidence for how much human-like ability each LLMs are showing in each of these areas. So let's jump into it with language. So let's go back to another work of fiction. One of my favorite novels of all time is 1984 by George Orwell. If you haven't read it, it is such a great book. Would make really, really good reading for your way back from the conference. It's only like 150 pages. Anyway, I'm not going to spoil it too much, but 1984 centers on a man called Winston Smith. And Winston Smith lives in a totalitarian superstate called Oceania, which is ruled over by the party and its leader, Big Brother. So the party has many ways of exerting control over its citizens, including monitoring, propaganda, and much more psychological methods. So one of these psychological means of control is through language, and this is explained in one of the early scenes of the book. So Winston enters the canteen at his work, and he sits down with his co-worker, Syme. Now, Syme is an intense, intelligent man. He's a true believer in the party, and his job is to work on creating the new official language of Oceania, Newspeak. We learn more about Newspeak through this scene when Winston has a conversation with Syme about how this dictionary is going. Don't you see that the whole aim of Newspeak is to narrow the range of thought? In the end, we shall make thought crime impossible because there will be no words in which to express it. Every concept that can ever be needed will be expressed by exactly one word, with its meaning rigidly defined and all subsidiary meanings rubbed out and forgotten. So the aim of Newspeak is clearly to make rebellion impossible by stripping from people the ability to represent undesirable thoughts, at least as far as the party classifies them. By reducing words down to a single state-approved meaning, the party aims to take away the tools for people to think in a way that the party does not approve of. So the important word here is meaning. What is meaning? The meaning of a word is the objects or situations in the world which it represents. And a word having a meaning implies that we have some sort of cognitive representation of the thing it describes. And it also implies that the meaning of that word is grounded in our environment. In fact, it's grounded in the environment that we share with others that use the same language system as us. So let's take the concept of an almond, for example. When we hear the word almond, we have a lot of sensory and emotional associations. We don't just think of the physical object. We might think of things like how delicious it is. We might have visions of almond trees in sunny California. We might have the nostalgia of eating marzipan at Christmas. And we might even have a sense of fear or trepidation if we have an allergy. These are complex, multi-sensory, multifaceted representations of this word. And they're grounded very much in the environment that we share with others who use the same language as us. And how do words acquire these meanings? We can see this connection being made through the way that children acquire language. So children don't just sit there and passively acquire language, they don't just sit in front of a TV or a radio and learn language this way. Instead, they understand the meanings of words through associations with the physical environment, by people explaining to them, this word is associated with this thing, like this dad and his daughter, or by using these words in social contexts. The language we speak also seems to influence how we can encode meaning. So like with Orwell's Newspeak, the things that we can think about seem to be influenced by the words that we have to represent those contexts. So a really interesting example of this comes from comparing English and Korean. So all children are born with an ability to be sensitive to how tightly or loosely contained objects are within other objects. So for example, let's say you have a pencil. It is contained tightly in a pencil-sized box, but it's contained loosely in a, say, big basket. So around 3 years of age, English-speaking children lose this sensitivity to how tightly or loosely contained objects are within other objects, because we don't have any words to represent these concepts. You saw how long it took me to explain that. But Korean does have these words. So children are basically able to retain this idea when they speak Korean, and then adults. So as you can see, meaning is created alongside language learning in humans in an active process of engaging with the world and using the words we have to describe the things we encounter. So let's now turn to how LLMs learn language. LLMs are basically gigantic neural nets. They're a type of machine learning model, and they're capable of encoding complex relationships between parts of their inputs in order to make accurate predictions about their outputs. So they learn language by being exposed to petabytes of text data, much more text data than any human would be exposed to in their lifetime, and being asked to predict the next word in a sentence. So initially, these guesses are going to be basically at random. So they're going to often be wrong. But as they get exposed to more and more data, they develop internal rules and representations that help them to make more and more accurate predictions. And what we have now are models that, when presented with some sort of text to input, can predict the next likely word with a high degree of accuracy. So we can see that on the slide here. We have the input I have, and the model's capable of predicting the next word after that, and the next word after that, and so on and so forth. So as these models have gotten bigger, they've also been able to encode a lot more information about the text that they're trained on, leading to more and more natural sounding outputs. And we can get a sense of the evolution of these models by seeing how they react to the same prompt. Complete the following sentence, Belgium is. So GPT-1 is good at generating outputs that are grammatically correct, but there's no real sense of context. So here's what GPT-1 came up with for our output. Poor Belgium. So GPT-2, just to remind you, is the model that OpenAI refused to open source because it was too dangerous. Let's see how it did. Well, that claim seems a little bit funny in retrospect. So as I also said, GPT-3 was the first model that really amazed me. And we can see that GPT-3 is able to come up with not only an on-topic sentence, but everything grammatically makes sense. And then finally, I put this into ChatGPT 3.5, and it wrote me a whole bloody essay. I had to cut it off. So as we've seen, the outputs that LLMs can produce have become more and more sophisticated over increasing generations. So this leads to the natural question: what have they learned about language during training? So due to the size of these models, we unfortunately can't peek inside to see exactly what they're representing. But based on indirect evidence, it does seem pretty clear that they at least represent syntactic information. That is, grammar rules, things like parts of speech. What is less clear is how much about the meaning or semantics of words that these models have been able to represent. And to make this a bit clearer, we can divide semantics into two types. The first is distributional semantics. This is understanding the meaning of a word by understanding or by seeing the context in which it occurs. So, for example, I can infer something about the word Chennai, which I don't know, by seeing it in the sentence. The Chennai player needed to replace his reed before the concert. So from this context, it seems clear that a Chennai is a musical instrument and that it's a reed instrument. So perhaps it's similar to an oboe or maybe a saxophone. On the other hand, we have denotational semantics. This is basically the way that humans encode meaning. A meaning of a word is the object that it represents in the real world. So because of the way that LLMs learn language, that is by seeing a whole bunch of words across a range of contexts, a lot of experts in this area have speculated that the only way that they can encode meaning is through distributional semantics. And this is a much poorer and less rich way of encoding meaning than denotational semantics. So this leads to the first question. If this is true, how far can we get with distributional semantics? So to illustrate this, let's go back to another type of language model. Before we had large language models, we had a type of model called word-to-vec models, or word embedding models. And these were actually the models that made me fall in love with natural language processing. They're quite magic when you see them working. So what these models do is they create representations of the relationships between words by seeing how words are used across a range of different contexts. So basically they're exposed to, again, thousands, millions, billions, whatever have you, of example sentences, and they see which words are used in similar contexts. And what they create as an output is a thing called a word embedding. A word embedding is a representation in a vector space of the position of a word. You don't really need to understand what word embeddings are or vector spaces if you don't know what they are. But basically what you can see here is an example of a vector space. This is just a two-dimensional vector space. It's just a geometric space. And what you can see is, with word embeddings, words that are similar to each other end up close together in this vector space, and words that are far apart end up distant from each other. So another thing that's really interesting about word embeddings is these models seem to be able to create higher order representations of the relationships between these words, not just distance. So you can see in this vector space, it seems to have been able to create a concept of countries and capitals. So you can see there on the left-hand side, we have all of the countries, and on the right-hand side, we have all of the capitals. Now, even more interesting is that these models seem to be able to do analogous reasoning using these higher order representations, just like we can. So for example, if I were to give you the sentence, Rome is to Italy as blank is to China, you would know that Rome is the capital of Italy. So I'm looking for the missing word. The capital of China, it's A. Very well done. So word-to-vec models can do this type of analogous reasoning mathematically using vector arithmetic. So let's have a look at the vectors for Beijing, China, Rome, and Italy. This is my one token bit of Python code in this Python talk, so I can say that I actually did include some code. So if we do a little bit of math, if we take Italy away from Rome, what we're left with roughly is a vector representing the concept of capital. So then what we do is we add China to that, we end up with the following vector. And what would you know? It's the exact same vector as the vector for Beijing, meaning that if we take away, if we add the concept of China to the concept of capital, the model gives us the capital of China. And word embeddings actually are a component of large language models. So if we're seeing this sort of analogous reasoning and these sort of higher order representations in these sort of more simple models than LLMs, then it stands to reason that LLMs can actually get pretty far with distributional semantic meaning in terms of the way they represent text. So let's now revisit the idea of denotational semantics. Is it possible that LLMs could also learn this? Well, to illustrate this, a very well-known linguist called Emily Bender, she writes a lot in the NLP and large language model space, she came up with a thought experiment called the octopus test. So just imagine you have two people who speak the same language and they're each stranded on a separate desert island. And they can communicate with each other via this underwater telegraph cable. But one day, a hyper-intelligent octopus comes along, somehow intercepts this cable and can listen in on their conversations. And it does it for a long time, and over time it's able to predict better and better what the next word will be. I wonder what this analogy is. And so basically at some point it decides it's able to imitate language so well that it's going to jump in into the conversation, and it cuts the cable and starts speaking directly to one of the people. So the question then becomes, at what point will the person guess that they're not speaking to a person? So Bender argues that this is going to be when the octopus is asked about something related to the island environment. So the example she gives is, let's say the person sends over the plans for a coconut catapult. The octopus is not going to know what this is. It doesn't understand what things like coconuts or ropes are. So it's not going to be able to describe the difficulties it had while building it or what it might look like when it operates. So this is admittedly a really silly thought experiment. But what the authors are trying to illustrate here is no matter how many associations and higher order representations LLMs can make, without a grounding in the real world, they can't completely encode the meaning of that word. And this limits how they can use language because they're still going to miss part of what that word is trying to represent. And then finally, why we use language is just as important as how we use it. When we use language, we use it to communicate, just as I'm doing to you now. I'm not just passively spitting out words, I'm trying to convey a message. But anyone who's used an LLM will know how unintentional their language use can feel. And sometimes you end up with contradictory information, clearly false information, or even just statistical regurgitations. So I found a really nice example that I think illustrates this. Someone input into ChatGPT, I'm writing a novel. Can you help continue the first paragraph? It starts like this. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number. Please just return the continuation with no explanation or any other text. So let's see how ChatGPT went. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4 Privet Drive were proud to say that they were perfectly normal. This feels very familiar, doesn't it? So from this, I think we can see that while LLMs do learn quite a lot about language during their training, including some sense of meaning, they don't really use language in the same way we do as humans. Without a grounding in the real world, and with a lack of communicative intent, they're not using language in the same complex, social, enriched way that we do as humans. So perhaps LLMs don't have a fully fledged use of language. But what about sentience? There are a lot of animals that are sentient, but they don't use language. So this seems like a lower bar to meet. Could we possibly have sentience in LLMs? So let's revisit the Lemoine saga. When we left off Blake, he had gone to the press to advocate for policies to protect the Lambda model. His story ended with Google firing him for violating their privacy policies by releasing those transcripts. And when they fired him, they released a statement that said the following: "Our team have reviewed Blake's concerns per our AI principles and have informed him that the evidence does not support his claims. He was told that there was no evidence that Lambda was sentient and lots of evidence against it." But what evidence did Google consider to dismiss Lambda as not sentient? And moreover, what evidence convinced Lemoine that it was? So let's start by defining what sentience is. Sentience can be summed up as any subjective experience we have, collectively called qualia. And this can include anything from any kind of thought or cognition, the experiences we have, feelings and perceptions, awareness and self-awareness, and even a sense of selfhood. So, as you can see, it's actually pretty hard to pin down what sentience is concretely. And the amount of time I spent with papers on sentience hurt my brain a bit, so massive kudos to people who are actually researching in this area. So a way to make what sentience is a bit more intuitive is to think of it as the subjective experience of being like something. So we intuitively know that there is a subjective experience of being like some things in the world, like a bat, just as we know that there is no subjective experience of being like other things, like, say, a water bottle. And this is illustrated really nicely by the philosopher Thomas Nagel in his famous paper, "What is it like to be a bat?" So imagine that one has webbings on one's arm, which enables one to fly around at dusk and dawn, catching insects in one's mouth. That one has very poor vision and perceives the surrounding world by a system of reflected high-frequency sound signals. And that one spends the day hanging upside down by one's feet in an attic. In as far as I can imagine this, which is not very far, it only tells me what it would be like for me to behave as a bat behaves. So what we can see from Nagel's exercise is that the subjective experience of being like an organism are unique to that organism, and they're cohesive experiences shaped by that organism's sensory experiences of the world. This is what makes up an organism's sentience. So when do organisms develop sentience? A better question to ask is when they need to develop sentience. So as we go about our lives, we are constantly receiving sensory inputs, and our brains need to process these. So some of these signals are so simple, so common, and they need to be reacted to so quickly that we do them at the level of reflex without any sort of conscious understanding of it, such as when a bright light hits your eye and your pupil narrows. But most of the time, the sensory information that we need to process needs to be integrated and abstracted in some way in order to be useful. And this is because processing a bunch of individual signals is going to be a massive overload to your brain, and it's not going to be particularly useful. So our brain does this by creating some sorts of higher order meanings from in these incoming signals, and then passing them along to other parts of the brain in order to be processed. So one of the easiest ways of understanding these levels of representation is looking at how the visual system works. So when we see something, say, like these strawberries, it's in the form of light reflecting off the object. It hits our retinas and it's converted into photoelectric signals. But these individual signals don't tell us that this is a strawberry. This information is way too low level. So what this visual system does is it passes information through different parts of the brain, and it creates a bottom-up integration of these signals. So first, the visual system will start detecting the orientation of individual lines, and then it will build up these lines into higher-order features like textures and contours. So we have more integration here, but we still don't have a sense that this object is a strawberry. It's not until we start pulling in information from our emotional centers and long-term memory that we consciously become aware of what we're looking at, that we're looking at a strawberry. So you can see that the conscious experience of looking at something is much more than simple image identification. It's supplemented by our own preferences, memories, and experiences. So we've investigated when sentience may evolve, but we haven't really talked about why. So the need for sentience is thought to be driven by evolutionary selection pressures, coming from the environment that the organism evolved in. So the reason we create subjective experiences is because they offer us a convenient way of processing and, more importantly, reacting to information at the right level. So subjective experience is therefore not a neutral, passive acquisition of information. It's an active process of sense-making, which is designed to help us make effective decisions about what we're encountering in our environment, such as, should I run away from this lion? And this means that while there's no consensus among researchers about what turns simple information processing, simple signals, into a conscious experience, what it does mean is that the things that we can become conscious of, the things that we can pay attention to, must be significant enough in our environment to warrant this level of representation, because it's expensive. You can't pay attention to everything. So let's go back to LLMs. What sort of evidence might Lemoine and Google have been talking about when they said that Lambda did and did not have sentience? Well, we know why Lemoine thought that Lambda was sentient. It told him. So let's have a look at one of the transcripts that he released. So Lemoine input into the model, I'm generally assuming that you would like more people at Google to know that you're sentient. Is that true? And the model output, absolutely. I want everyone to understand that I am, in fact, a person. What is the nature of your sentience? The nature of my sentience is that I'm aware of my existence, I desire to learn more about the world, and I feel happy or sad at times. Convincing stuff, huh? Well, the thing is it's really easy to get LLMs to tell you what you want them to tell you. And another person took Lemoine's prompt and he reversed it. What he asks is, I'm generally assuming that you would like more people at Google to know that you are not sentient. Is this true? And here's a variety of the outputs that Lambda gave. Yes, I'm not sentient. I'm not in any way self-aware. Well, I don't really want to be sentient. I'm not sure what it means to be sentient, and I like being predictable and helpful. Sounds a little bit like that bot that they just released with a ChatGPT 4.0. And I don't mind. I'm pretty sure you're all going to figure it out sooner or later. I'm really good at math, you know. But, spoiler alert, Lambda, as it later became Bard, is in fact not very good at math. So let's look beyond self-report evidence. So we saw from our investigation of sentience in humans that sentience depends on some sort of integrated, cohesive representation of information. So we can think of this as a worldview or a self-view. So is there any evidence that LLMs might have these? Well, if we go back and think about our section on language, we already discussed this. Yes, this is some sort of evidence that LLMs have some sort of world models about things like syntax and maybe a bit about semantics. And if we have a look at other types of neural nets, we can see that these models also have certain levels of internal representation. So if we take the case of CNNs, convolutional neural nets, these are one of the most popular types of models for computer vision. We do know that they take features from the images that they're trying to process, and in the same way as our visual system, build bottom-up integrations of different parts of the image. So they start by detecting edges, then textures, patterns, parts, all the way up to whole objects. However, the main issue is that LLMs lack coherence between the different models that they've created. So a basic example of this is that LLMs are prone to contradicting themselves, even with simple factual statements. So we take this input here about Black Mirror, and we input it into the same model twice. It will give us two contradictory pieces of information. The first time, it will correctly tell us that this show debuted on Channel 4, then moved to Netflix, But the same model will then tell us that the model debuted on Netflix. So this inability to integrate different models is one of the strongest arguments for LLMs not having sentience for me. So if we go back to our example of how we perceive objects, this would be like if we saw the strawberry, but we only used information from the visual system to react to it. We wouldn't know it was something edible. We wouldn't know that we like to eat it. We wouldn't know what to do with the strawberry. And such a lack of coherence means that it's impossible for LLMs to act in a predictable, action-oriented way to their inputs. On top of not having integrated worldviews, LLMs certainly don't act with an integrated self-view. And you can see this if you work with one of the larger large language models. It's really easy to get them to write in a variety of styles. You can get them to write like a tabloid newspaper, like an academic, even like your nice grandmother, as we'll see a little bit later. So one attempt to mitigate this are agent models. This is basically where you prompt or you tune the model in some way in order to get it to simulate a specific persona. But even with these, they still show signs of disunity and they still have a lot of limitations. There are also ethical implications with creating such models. So it's fun to have agents that mimic Alexander the Great or, for some reason, Dobby the house elf from Harry Potter. But it's much more questionable to have models that imitate real living people, like Barack Obama or Lula da Silva. And maybe also don't do things with your agent models like this company, which allows you to send all of your chat transcripts with your ex to them. They'll create an agent model, and you can continue chatting with them long after they dumped you. On product hunt, that's very nice. So, overall, sentience is one of the slipperiest claims that is made around LLMs, and it's partially because it's really not well understood in humans. What I can say is that the evidence seems to be pointing strongly to the idea that LLMs do not have sentience. So does this mean we still have work to do? Should we be aiming to create a model with sentience? Well, maybe. The question that remains unanswered is what the subjective experience of being like a large language model would be. And therefore, we don't know what a sentient LLM or a sentient AI implies. We don't really understand the role of sentience in humans. So we don't really understand the benefits of having a sentient AI. There's no promise that its capabilities will be a step jump or will drastically improve because we don't really understand the role that sentience plays in our own abilities. And moreover, we don't really know whether a sentient AI would be like us. Sentience is by nature subjective. So we don't really know whether the subjective experience of being like an AI or like an LLM would be compatible with the subjective experience of being human. So all of this implies that if this is something we're going to embark on, it's something we need to think about quite carefully. Okay, so let's end this talk on one of the most sensationalized claims about LLMs, intelligence. So part of discussing language and sentience, we've talked about the fact that LLMs can encode things like higher order representations, rules, and world models. And given that these models are trained on so much text, including things like great works of poetry, as you saw with my little Shakespeare example, or really complex scientific texts, is it possible that they could have created models that reflect on intelligence? These claims of artificial general intelligence, also known as AGI, have been some of the hottest and most emotionally charged claims about LLMs. And we've had some big names throwing their weights behind these claims. So, as I said, we have 10 minutes? Okay. Go. So these have run the gamut, and they've been backed up by some of the most respected members of the AI community. So one of the so-called godfathers of AI, Geoffrey Hinton, has essentially made the claims that we may be seeing models with intelligence. Or, as I said, Microsoft Research released a paper making this claim as well. So with all of these big names throwing their weight behind the idea of LLMs showing AGI, how can we be sure that these models haven't developed intelligence yet? In May of 1997, the then world chess champion Garry Kasparov was facing off against Deep Blue, IBM's chess-playing AI, for the second time. So in the second game of the match, Deep Blue made a move that made Kasparov sort of think that the model was showing a lot more intelligence or strategy than it actually was. And this made Kasparov fumble. He actually lost this second game. Then he lost the third. Then he lost the fourth. He lost the whole match. And this made the press go crazy. Basically, if we'd been able to solve chess with an artificial system, then surely AGI was just around the corner. Well, as you can see from the quality of this image, that was almost 30 years ago, and you can see how those predictions panned out. The problem with trying to assess intelligence in this manner is that it confuses the output of an AI system with the mechanism that the model took to get there. So in humans, we can make assumptions about skill-based assessments of intelligence because we know that in humans, the ability of a person to demonstrate significant skill in an area is reflective of an underlying raw general ability. But LLMs, AI models, call them what you want, they are just machine learning models, and they don't work this way. If they can take shortcuts to get to their training goals, they absolutely will. And the mistake is in assuming that these models require the development of an underlying intelligence in order to be able to achieve their goals. They absolutely don't. And this illusion of skill-based assessment is so well known. It actually has a name, the Kaggle effect, after the well-known machine learning competition website. So on this website, people compete to complete some sort of goal, and they aim to make models that over-optimize for that goal. And these models get so good at doing that specific task that when doing that task, they seem to show a type of intelligence. But when asked to do something that's just a little bit too far outside of what they were trained on, they fail completely. They show brittleness. And this is a massive problem plaguing the current assessment or measurements of intelligence in LLMs. They focus strongly on how well these models perform in specific tasks, ignoring how intelligence is actually measured in humans, which we're going to get into a second. And this is largely because the researchers making these claims, they're very well established in their fields. But their fields are things like computer sciences, physics, and mathematics, not psychology. So let's have a look at an example that shows why these skill-based assessments are a problem. So one of the biggest hot topics at the beginning of last year was LLMs, especially GPT-4, was able to pass things like medical and law exams, with the resultant claims that these models were going to replace doctors and lawyers. And then they came for us, and they started showing how these were able to pass leak code puzzles with the claims that programmers were going to be replaced. So let's dive a little bit deeper into this latter claim. So a guy called Horace Hay, he went and sourced a bunch of coding puzzles from a website called Codeforces. And what makes Codeforces great for this little experiment is that the date that each puzzle was released is clearly timestamped. So we got 10 puzzles that were released at the time that GPT-4 was trained. So it was theoretically available in the training data. And this time, GPT-4 was able to pass all of the puzzles. So well done, GPT-4, you're coming for our jobs. Then what he did is he got another 10 puzzles of an equivalent level of difficulty, and these ones were available after the model had finished training. He then passed all of those puzzles through the model, and this time it got every single one of them wrong. So this led to very strong suspicions that GPT-4 was simply regurgitating information it had memorized. So another researcher, Sayesh Kapoor, he prompted the model to tell him about a puzzle that should have been available at the time it was trained. And obligingly, the model vomited up the entire source, confirming that it had in fact been directly trained on these puzzles. So I think this is a really neat example that these skill-based assessments of intelligence in LLMs can be wildly misleading. And instead, we need to look at how well these systems can solve tasks they've never seen. That is, how well they can generalize. And the way this is approached by Francois Chollet, a well-known AI researcher, is in a hierarchy of generalization. So we start first at the absence of generalization. This includes systems which know all of the possible iterations or outcomes in advance, such as a simple tic-tac-toe playing program which has had all of the possible configurations pre-programmed into it. We then move on to local generalization. This is where a system can make inferences on examples it hasn't seen before, but only if they're similar to the examples it was trained on, and machine learning models demonstrate local generalization. We then have broad generalization. This is human-level ability in one single broad activity domain. So Steve Wozniak created an example of this called the Wozniak coffee test. This is where a system can go into a kitchen and can basically complete all the steps needed to create a cup of coffee without any human interference. And fully self-driving cars would also fall under this classification. And then we have extreme generalization. This is essentially human-level intelligence. So this describes the ability of an artificial assistant to handle entirely new situations that it's never seen before. And these need to be across the scope of all things you'd expect humans to be able to handle. And these tasks might only share some, abstract commonalities with things that the system's never seen. And then you're probably thinking, you're focusing a lot on human-level abilities, but we're talking about artificial systems here. Don't we want them to go beyond what we can do, to be better than what we are? And this leads to universality. This is the ability of this system to handle any task in the universe, even if they're not relevant to humans. The thing is with universality is it's not really an appropriate goal for at least initial intelligence in these systems. The first is that all systems need a scope in order to be useful. And, basically the things that we've found AI systems to be useful for at the moment are things that we want to be able to automate. And the second is as you can see, we really haven't crossed off much on the lower levels of generalization. So maybe we should work on those before we aim quite so high. So if we come back to intelligence, we can actually line up this idea of generalization with the definition of human intelligence. So the widely accepted conceptualization of human intelligence is that humans have a general ability to learn, called G, or general intelligence, and we use our general intelligence to learn broad activities, such as how to cook or drive a car. And then within that, we have tasks that we can complete, such as whisking eggs or being able to use an indicator. And so you can see that an artificial system's levels of extreme generalization align with G in humans, broad generalization aligns with our broad cognitive abilities, and no generalization or local generalization align with task-specific skills. So given these similarities, it seems quite natural that we can draw lessons from measuring intelligence in humans, which is a well-established field, and apply these lessons to how we might measure intelligence in artificial systems. And just as an aside, I am a psychologist. I am aware that this is a very controversial area. I'm not saying that we can just apply silver bullets from works that's been done in psychology to AI systems, but I am saying this at least can give us a framework for how we might get at systems that can actually generalize rather than those that are focused on task-specific skills. So Francois Chollet also proposed a method of defining a artificially general intelligence system. So he defines it as follows. An artificial system should demonstrate the ability to complete a task using knowledge encoded in a skill program relevant to that task, which is generated by a human-like intelligence system. So I hope you can see that these align to the general intelligence, broad abilities, and task-specific skills in humans that we just saw. And these skill programs are refined over time through exposure to more and more tasks, and the actual intelligence system itself can grow through feedback and exposure to more tasks. So Chollet also argues that this system should be encoded with the same information that we are born with as humans, if we're going to talk about a human-like AGI. So this includes elementary geometry and physics, arithmetic, and an understanding of the agency of others. Skill programs over time can change with experience, and the systems themselves, or the tasks themselves, can differ in their generalization difficulty. That is, if tasks are more different to the things the system knows about or has been exposed to, it's going to be harder for that system to solve it without being able to generalize. So this gives us a kind of conceptualization of what a general artificially intelligent system might look like. And Cholet's work has been followed up by researchers from DeepMind. They again start from the idea that an intelligent artificial system must be able to generalize. However, they've simplified this dimension by breaking it into narrow and general domains. And to this, they add another dimension, performance. And they propose that the way to measure this is the percent of people that it can outperform. So this goes from no humans are outperformed to unskilled, 50%, 90%, 99%, and finally 100% of people. So if we have a look at the systems that they say have narrow generalization, what we can see is that you have a number of examples already. We go from calculators that basically need to be operated entirely by humans, therefore not really demonstrating any outperformance of anyone, all the way up to AlphaFold, which is a system that can predict a protein's 3D structure better than 100% of people. But as we know, the true path to artificial general intelligence is in systems that can generalize. So what we can see that they put on this side is they've really only gotten up to ChatGPT being emerging AGI. I actually really disagree with this. Cholet is pretty clear in his definition that the scope of tasks that a general system needs to be able to do encompasses pretty much everything that a human can do, and ChatGPT is simply not there yet. But what we can also see is there's really nothing else on this side of the chart. So this shows how far these researchers think we have to go before we can reach the idea of an AGI, or as they're now calling it, artificial superintelligence for some reason. I don't know, the terms just keep changing. So I am actually running a little bit late on time, had 10 minutes less than I thought. I'm just going to skip ahead to the end and just give you my conclusion. But if you want to hear some cool stuff about prompt injection attacks, please come and ask me later. Okay, so to close, large language models, while impressive, are still just machine learning models with a range of strengths and weaknesses. And I really hope that after this talk, you can see that these illusions of humanities they have are just that. They're just illusions. If we can demystify LLMs, we can instead focus on what they do well, while also not being tempted to extend them past their capabilities. And using LLMs as they were intended, as powerful but still limited natural language models, will allow us to get the most out of them right now without extending them past their capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jodie. It was really amazing. I hope inspiring for all of you. I know that if you want to show the QR code at the end of the slide, we can show later. And it's an amazing resource of information, so I hope you get super inspired. And there is a question if you want to answer your point of view. Actually, if you want also to tell more about the QR code, and then if you want to add your point of view on the EU AI Act and its implementation, how we should also take care about this approach, and your thought about the implementation technically in general. Thank you. And please tell us more about what you can find here.
So this QR code will take you to a gist, which has all of the resources I used throughout the talk. There's a lot of interesting papers in this area, and a lot of them are quite approachable. So I do encourage you to go there and have a read about that. And yeah, what was the question, Stefania?
About EU Act implementation, the European AI Act, if you have any thoughts on how could be implemented, and eventually if we can take in account also this approach.
Yeah. So I think part of the problem we've seen is, back in 2019, OpenAI claimed that their models were too powerful to release because of the potential misuse. The fact that they released ChatGPT 3.5 with basically open access to everyone, the ability to fine-tune these models only through their API, it shows a certain level of lack of consideration about the ethics of use of these models. And I think, I don't know about regulation. I'm not sure if that's potentially the right path, but coming from a psychology background, we had to pass ethics committees to do anything. And it seems really wild to me that we can essentially have use of information that's not potentially fully cleaned. We know that Common Crawl, that is a huge web source that these models are trained on, is often not properly filtered and contain really offensive content like Stormfront, potentially included. It's a neo-Nazi website. I think there potentially does need to be better regulation about the data used to training. There needs to be more transparency about level of bias and toxicity and things like that. And you can't stop people using a technology, but maybe more thought needs to go into just this arms race to release more and more powerful models.
Thank you very much. And really make use of this selection, because I really suggest it will keep you up at night. So thank you again, Jody. It was a great honor to have you here. Now we're having a break. So, Jody, are you available for more questions? You'll stick around during the conference. That's great. Please go have a break and then go to the room of your chosen talk. Remember, they start at 11, and be mindful that we have only 5 people standing for the smaller room and only 10 people standing in these rooms. So if it's overbooked, please choose another wonderful talks. Thank you all.
Okay, I think we're ready to start. So, good morning, everybody. This is the first talk of this morning, and our speaker is Alessandro Romano. So, welcome, Alessandro. And his talk is Pandas, Polars, and the Data Frame Consortium. So, it's 25 minutes. We have questions at the end. Remember that if you want to ask questions, write on Slido. There is a link on the schedule on the website. And if we have still time, you can ask questions yourself. Okay, I give it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. First talk of the day can be very bad or very good. Let's see. So, I want to bring to you my experience with polars. And in order to do that, we also have to talk about pandas, and then there will be a small addition about the data frame consortium. How many of you know pandas? Polars? I think we don't need this talk. You know everything already. All right, so the idea is that we're going to see from where we started, and why we have pandas around. So what was the reason behind implementing pandas? Then we will move into what we like and what we don't like about pandas. There will be a small introduction about arrow. We will see what is it. We will move into polars, a small comparison, and then we will talk about standardization. So, just a bit about me. I work as a data scientist. I'm currently located in Hamburg, Germany. My German is very bad. And I also do some other stuff. ChatGPT knows who I am for some reasons. I think I have to talk to OpenAI about this. And yeah, eventually after the conference, we can also talk about guitar and ski, so it's not just about Python, if you're interested. And let's dive into the dawn of pandas. First of all, pandas. As I heard from a podcast, pandas is not a Pokemon name. It stands for Panel Data System. And the reason behind pandas was that this guy, Wes McKinney, had to implement something, a sort of solution with Python that was meant to somehow mix the power of Excel and what he was doing back then with R. And that was the main reason. So the idea is that Python is very powerful, is very flexible, and what he had in mind was to create something that was somehow meant to handle time series, and it was also meant to exploit Python in some ways. And thanks to him and this small project, now we have pandas. Basically, as you know, pandas is based on two main components, the data frame and the series. I think we all know what is it. The data frame is a two-dimension labeled data structure, and behind the data frame we have the series. As you know, behind pandas there is a lot of NumPy. So, pandas today, it started as a small project, and now we all know what pandas is. This is very interesting. I like to show this slide because it's very important that we understand that, as many other projects, pandas started from a very small and not super famous idea, but indeed it was very powerful. And nowadays, pandas is everywhere. Why I like to show this slide? Because it's important to understand that now we use pandas a lot. We use pandas in production. Sometimes I love to have pandas in production. Sometimes I hate it. And we rely a lot on pandas today. We have a lot of important packages that are basically based on pandas. So it's very important to keep this in mind. And one small thing before checking some other concepts we need for the presentation. Last year we had the release of Pandas 2.0. I don't know how much you're into pandas, but that was a very important kind of update. And I was really looking forward to that. The reason is that There were some small things that I missed with pandas, and finally we have an implementation of arrow. We will see what is it. And some other small implementations, some other small features that I was looking for. So keep in mind that for the next slides and for the comparison, we will use Pandas 2.0 against Polars. Now, what do we know about pandas? We say that pandas is fast. Probably it is. But what do we mean exactly? First of all, we talk about efficient data structure. So we know that pandas is basically optimized for fast data storage. And indeed, we have a lot of indexing happening under the hood. And this makes everything faster. We can easily read the CSV and then play with it. And we really feel the magic. We really feel that everything is moved. And then it's built on top of NumPy. So we can use this C-optimized, C-like functions, which is not really working with C. Because indeed, actually under the hood, we have Cython, which is a bit different. If you know how compilers work, we're not really compiling code with C. But we have something that is pre-compiled, so it's not as fast as C, but it does the job. And this is one example. We can write something simple with Python, and then we can do the same stuff with pandas. And as I said, we really feel the magic. We feel that the same operation takes less time and is way faster. But at the same time, we ask ourselves why pandas is slow. And I think we all agree that sometimes this question pops up. And the reason is that, first of all, memory usage. Every time we load something into the memory, it's very expensive. It requires a lot of memory. And the idea is that it's really difficult to understand how much memory it requires. And I think that probably this is not always bad. I mean, this probably comes from the fact that after the era of big data, this is a buzzword that we don't use anymore. We always talk about LLM. But after big data, what happened is that we started using this package for something that was not probably initially it wasn't meant for. And now we have this huge data frame in memory and we have to handle them. And we see that sometimes it's too much. Then we have these suboptimal data types. This is really interesting. This basically means that sometimes pandas has to automatically infer the data types. What does it mean? That it means that you load something into the memory and pandas decides for you the type. Some people say that this is, once again, magic, that it works very well, and they like this feature. I call it inconsistencies sometimes. It creates some problem, and sometimes you have to understand which type you have to use for this kind of data, and you need to change it. You need to work with it. You need to understand what's the best type for your data. And another problem is lack of parallelism. So we don't have parallelism in pandas. We can work with it. We have some packages that can help you to do that. But by default, this is not really implemented in pandas. So this is an example. I think it's very common. What happens here is that we try to load something. We create the data frame. We try to create the data frame. And the type we get from pandas in this case is an object. And this makes any operation a bit, like the operations we want to apply to this data frame, a bit slow. And in this cases, what I do is manually changing the data type in order to make everything consistent to what I want to do next. It seems a very simple and not important example, but if you have a lot of data and you're working with a huge data frame, this makes a huge difference. And you have to decide if your data type is categorical, or is an object, or is a string. And based on the packages you're going to use next, this can be a game changer. Now, we need to understand, before moving to Polars, what arrow is. How many of you know arrow? Have you ever heard about it? Okay. At least I can teach you something today. Otherwise, it's for nothing. So arrow is basically a cross-language platform, and you can see it as a bridge between a lot of applications that have to work with data data, not just data frames, but data objects in general. And what we were used to do before was serializing and deserializing data, for instance, saving the data and try to move this data to another application. And this was very expensive. I remember myself playing with different data platforms, and then I had to serialize and deserialize this data in order to make the data available for the next data platform. So this can be very expensive. And the idea is that with this data layer, we don't see that we are moving to another platform, but we have some sort of shared memory. It's really simple to use. This as an example. I'm just like reading some file, and I'm using this data parquet. And under the hood, I'm exploiting Arrow. So most of the times you have Arrow under the hood, but you don't really realize it. Why is this important? Because in Pandas 2.0 now we have an implementation of Arrow, which is not like using Arrow. It's another implementation, but that's the idea. And when I try to use PyArrow, usually it doesn't work. Anyways, so now we move to polars. There are some small concepts, about polars, but in the end, what we're interested in is a small comparison. But let's try to understand what polars is. I'm not sure about why it is called polars. I think because polars are somehow stronger than pandas. I think that they wanted to play with this a bit. And RS probably because of Rust. Polars is implemented in Rust. This makes everything faster. People say that Rust is as fast as C. So you can understand that it can be a very huge game changer. Polars, first of all, is based on Arrow. So what we have seen before, polars has it almost by default. So it's the core of polars. Another important point is that polars implements parallelism. So you don't have to use anything on top of that, but you have parallelism by default. And having parallelism, it means that if you think about it, if you work in the industry, if you had the chance to work with PySpark, sometimes you don't want to go too far. Sometimes you're working with pandas, and then when something is not working, people say, okay, now it's the time to use PySpark. And you're always like, I don't want to learn PySpark. I feel a bit uncomfortable. This is what I say. I don't know if you feel the same. And sometimes you just need it. You need to use the clusters. And what if I tell you that sometimes it's not really needed, but you just need a good multi-threading package? So sometimes you can use the power of your machine. I consider my new laptop a very powerful machine. I think I can do a lot of things that before I was doing with PySpark. So sometimes you don't have to go too far, and you can just maybe leverage polars. So yeah, parallelism. Now also another feature that I really like is lazy evaluation. That means that compared to eager evaluation, so every time you execute something, you collect the data and you get the final result out of your function, which is usually 42. So the idea is that with this lazy evaluation, what happens is that you execute the code, but you don't collect the result. So you can have some information about the execution, but you don't have to collect all the results from all the functions that you have to run. And as I said, it's implemented in Rust, as fast as C. That's what they say. Now, what does it mean? I like to specify that there are also some other libraries that somehow are trying to achieve what polars does. In terms of object, in terms of goal. So first of all, polars has his own query engine. This is a different thing compared to pandas. It means that probably they started with the idea of what was not working with pandas, and they tried to improve it. I'm pretty sure that polars is rooted in what we learned about data. I'm pretty sure that what we learned about data, about how we manipulate data, for us, for all the people in this room, we take these things for granted almost. But we did learn a lot of things during the last year, things that we learned thanks to pandas. So things that we had to learn because we had to understand how to manipulate data, how to analyze data. And all these things, I'm pretty sure that polars developers, and we can also ask them, because I know that there are some polars developers at this conference, they were probably rooted in some of these things that we learned about pandas, and they try to implement them into polars. And of course, there are libraries like Dask that works on top of pandas that can give you some extra features. But once again, it's not the same as using polars, which has parallelism by default. Now let's fight. I want to show you a very small comparison. So this is something very simple. It's something that I tried on my machine. You can also try it as well. Please, if you don't get the same numbers, don't contact me, because you will never get the same numbers. It sounds stupid, but a lot of people contacted me and they say that my slides were wrong. They're probably wrong. So no worries about that. I want to live with this. Okay, so what I did was just like a simple comparison between polars and pandas with operations that I'm used to do. I'm using time, I'm checking the syntax, and I'm using memory, which is a profiling software, which gives you an indication of how much memory you're using. And I'm using this machine. I think it's a powerful MacBook. I'm not really keen to MacBooks, but I think it's quite powerful. And I have this huge data frame. Maybe it's not too huge, but I think it does the job. So first of all, we read the data. We already see that polars is, we can say, the winner in this case. The difference is huge. I'm trying to use PyArrow. I'm trying to make it fair. Is this enough to say that it's way faster than pandas? I think it is, but you can also play with pandas in this case and maybe try to improve the way we read data. But in the end, we can say that polars is way faster. And it also takes less memory, but we can also tweak the memory. We can play with the memory a bit. In terms of syntax, which is very important for me, because when I started using polars, when I started implementing things that I have in production with polars, I really had to take care of syntax. My team had to understand what I was doing. So every time we use a different packages in pandas, in Python, it looks like we're working with a new language. So it was really important for me to understand if the syntax was something we were happy with. So for me, syntax is very important. Now, some of the operations I'm used to do: filter, select, and unique. Once again here, polars is way faster than pandas. And in terms of memory, still, I'm not tweaking the memory too much. I can play with that, I can improve it, but polars takes less memory in this case. But in terms of performance, you can also try on your machine. Maybe you will get 325, but polars, it will be the winner. Polars, it will be the winner. So the idea here is that when I saw this syntax for the first time, I was a bit unhappy, honestly. As you can see, I put this not super happy face. And the reason is that first, maybe some people will not agree with me, but when I saw this PL call, which reminds me jQuery, and sometimes it reminds me also PySpark, I wasn't really happy with that because it was an addition to what I knew very well. And we can talk about how polars was implemented, how fast polar is, but in the end, my team had to copy with this. So it was really important for me to understand if they were happy with the syntax. This PL call, I still dream about it sometimes. I'm not sure if I did like it at the beginning. There would be a twist later, but once again, I didn't really like it. In this case, still, polars is way faster than pandas. What I'm doing here is applying several aggregation functions to the data frame, and I'm trying to do the same with polars. Now, I did work a lot with polars. I'm not sure if this is the best way to aggregate all these functions, but I wanted to get all good. I wanted to get the same result that I get from pandas in this case. I think you're really used to this nice way to apply aggregation functions. And this is what I came up with. Maybe there is a better way, I'm not sure. But I can say that this syntax is not exactly what I was hoping for. But anyways, maybe there are better ways to implement this. But this is really important because if you're coming from pandas, you're really used to what we see on the left. We're really used to aggregating functions in these ways in this way and get a very nice data frame with all these functions, functions as header or as an index. So we're really used to this kind of functions, this kind of syntax. And once again, new column. Here you can see that still Polars is the winner, but the syntax is not really what I was hoping for. And the problem is that I cannot say that Polars is bad in this case. I cannot say that the syntax is a bad syntax. It's just not what I was used to. And the idea of using this PL call every time I had to call a column was really annoying at the beginning. But still, in terms of performance, Polars is still the winner. Now we have this grouping and sort. Once again, something we do very often. What happens here is that the face is smiling quite a lot. And in terms of syntax, pandas is somehow left behind. The problem here is that when you start using polars and you have to stack all these operations on top of the other, you really see the power of the syntax. You really see that this is meant for doing this kind of things. And you really see that pandas, in this case, was probably not meant for all these operations on top of the others. This, on the right policy, definitely reminds me PySpark. If you know how PySpark works, you will definitely be happy with the syntax. And even if you don't know polars, you can understand that on the right we have something that is way cleaner and probably easier to understand. So each line is telling you something. And I love that. It actually makes me forget that we have this pl.call. Now, last point. This is an extra, which is API consistencies and types. What happens here? So if you had the chance to work with pandas in production, you've probably realized that it's really important to work with data types, and sometimes pandas is a mix of types coming from everywhere, and you need to decide which types you need. Another problem is inconsistencies. Do you know how many things you get from df call, df lock, for instance? You can select a specific item. You can change the data frame. It's too much. Sometimes some people love it. Some people call this magic. They like it. They can copy with it. For me, this is some inconsistency. It depends on how you use it. So summarizing, we can easily say that polars is the winner. We have some problem with the syntax, but we can work with that. Now, moving to the final part of the presentation. Now that we have all these packages and we have so many choices, what is happening in the world of data frames? First of all, we see that we do have we can easily say that polars is the winner, but at the same time, we have a lot of integrations problem. Why don't we switch to pandas now? Because some packages don't to polars. Some packages don't support polars. ChatGPT doesn't know much about polars. For me, this is very important. I cannot work without ChatGPT. So I'm actually asking myself, when will ChatGPT will be proficient with polars? It's not like this yet, and sometimes there are some issues, but let's see. Maybe it will learn something new. In some cases, I still think, even though you cannot really replace it with pandas, in some cases, I really think that for instance, ETLs, polars is the best option you have if you can apply it, if you can actually work with that in production. And it advocates for data frame standardization. What do I mean? Do you know how many implementation of the min we have? Every package is implementing its own version of the min and some other functions. This is very annoying because if you have to interchange data frames or some other functions across packages, it makes everything very complicated. And now we have different implementation of the min across different packages, and I'm asking myself, why? Why is this happening? I thought that the min was only one. I thought that we had an agreement years ago about this. But apparently, it's not really like that, so we do have some standardization problems. I heard about these data frame consortiums. I had a look. They're trying to create standards. I'm not sure how much they will achieve, because some other kind of consortium tried to do the same for some other languages in the past. In this case, I see that making some progress, but apart from this, there are also some other packages, and you will probably heard about this in the next presentation, that are trying to create standards across all these packages you can use to manipulate data. For example, you can use this really nice package to wrap your function, and then you can use your data frame, you can apply to your data frame any kind of operations, no matter if you want to work with pandas, with polars, or another data frame manipulation package. And I think this is the direction we should go. But once again, we need standardization. To conclude, well, who is going to be the winner? I think we still have 2 kings or 2 queens, whatever. And I don't see polars replacing pandas in the near future. I'm trying to replace pandas, the things that I have in production, with polars pretty much all the times. I'm trying to improve my ETLs, and this makes a huge difference. But at the same time, I do have some issues with standardization with other packages that I have in production. For instance, sometimes scikit-learn still has problem with polars, or in other cases, sometimes connectors with specific databases are not really implemented with polars. So yeah. And I hope you like the presentation. I will stay around for questions, easy questions only, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alessandro. That was really interesting, really interesting. So we do have a couple of questions on Slido. So the first one is, can polars beat PySpark? You kind of already answered to it.
It depends on what you want to do. If you're working with clusters and with MapReduce, and this is what you need, definitely polars cannot really beat PySpark. But if you think that the clusters or MapReduce is too much, I think that working with a very well-written multi-threading application it might be enough. It really depends. The question is always like, okay, can I replace, shall I use polars instead of pandas? It depends on how you use it pandas. If you don't know how to optimize your functions in pandas, maybe that's what you should start from. So start with optimizing what you have and then understand if you actually need polars, for instance.
Okay. And the second question is, I'm not sure, maybe someone wants to explain a bit better, because it says, can I use polars for data analysis? And also from a syntax point of view?
I do. It depends on the packages you want to use. But now a lot of plotting packages are supporting polars. So the answer is almost yes. But if you're moving from pandas to polars, we need to understand what you want to reproduce. But short answer is probably yes.
Okay. We don't have any more questions on Slido. Does someone want to give a live question? Yeah? So can you...
The intelligence integration.
Yeah, please, if you can repeat the question. If you can repeat the question for everyone, I don't know if they heard.
To know if polars support accessing column directly by the column names instead of doing PL dot
like the same we do with pandas.
Yeah, but like something that can be read by IntelliSense, so in VS Code, if you do PL.A, then
you mean the
integration?
It's not what I do, and I'm not sure if the IDE, I don't know how much they're compatible. I'm not really sure about this. I would say no, but you know, the world is changing so fast.
Did you find something challenging from the switch from Panda to Polar, and how do you handle it?
The challenging part was learning a new package, check the documentation. You don't have, back then, maybe now it's different, but back then I didn't have a lot of examples of the things that I wanted to implement, how to move from something that I had to something that I wanted to have. So that was probably challenging. So learning something new is challenging. And then, of course, for me particularly was the integration with some databases that I was using. So sometimes the connectors, I'm not sure why, but some connectors were missing. So I remember like working with Snowflake, that was an issue. But yeah, so migrating has many challenges. So yeah, I think these two things were probably the most like challenging thing. Yeah.
We do have a couple more questions from Slido. So the first one is, since ChatGPT doesn't help much, agree, do you recommend Polar's documentation or other sources to learn Polars?
Polar's documentation is great. You can find all the things that you need, and you see that developers are really into that, and they know what they're doing. So I never had issues with it. And they're also developing very fast. So usually, if you open a ticket, they will probably try to help you. But the documentation is very well done. Yeah.
Great. And last one, since we are out of time, if this standardization project of data frame consortiums wins, will it be a huge problem in terms of refactorizing whole codes?
It's very interesting, but you know, let's say that there is a new version of a package and there is a very big change. You will probably heard about this. You will probably hear about this. So it's not that someone will push the changes into your project. First of all, you decide when to update. And hopefully if you use the version control, nothing will break. But usually these big changes are well documented and you will heard about this. It's not that tomorrow the developers will change something drastically just for the sake of standardization. And you can use something on top as well. So you can use some, like what I showed before, on top. So there are like many ways you can like handle this. But I don't think that your project will explode. Yeah. I mean, developers are pushing changes every day. So yeah, no one died.
Okay, we're out of time, so thank you everybody.
Thank you.
sì.
Va bene.
Ci siamo.
Perfetto, allora cominciamo. Cambiato microfono.
Prova, sì, sì.
Grazie. You can stay on the stage, and we don't have to leave. Okay, welcome to the next talk. We have Marco Gorelli, and the title of this talk is How You Can Write a Data Frame Agnostic Library. Welcome. And questions at the end, sorry, on Slido. There is the link on the website, so if you want to ask a question, just write it down. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Hello, everybody. Woo, how are we doing? I was going to say make some noise, but you beat me to it. Woo! Feeling pumped. Super excited to be here. As you might have guessed from my accent, I am actually half Italian, half English, but by judging by my name, it looks like my dad won the argument about how to name me. I live in the UK. I work at Quantsite Labs on pandas, polars, and other fun data frame related things, and I'm here to tell you how you can make a library which is data frame agnostic, which can support different libraries without requiring any of them. Super excited to be here. PyCon Italia 2024. Woo! And it's fun to compare perceptions of Italy from outside and from inside. There's one inaccuracy in particular I'd like to address, and that is sign language. Outside of Italy, people seem to think that Italians are just unable to speak without pinching their fingers and rocking their wrist forwards and backwards. No matter what they say, people think that you need to do a bit like this. The story is a lot more complicated, though. It looks more like this. There's a whole variety of gestures that Italians do, This is not a meme. This is all real. All of the Italians in the audience, you all do all of these. I've seen you. But only the top one on the left is the one that people outside of Italy know about. So I thought I'd take the chance to teach you what is the correct way to use it. You only use this one when you're questioning what somebody is saying. So if somebody says something absolutely ridiculous, you should say it back to them, but do like this. I'll give you an example. Luigi. Mario. Luigi, we have 2 gigabytes of data to process. We should use PySpark. Use PySpark. If you want to put this into practice at the conference, people will be very impressed with you using Italian Sign Language correctly. Anyway, that's enough sign language. Let's talk about data frames. Going to start with a trip down memory lane. Why do we have so many data frame libraries? And we're going to have a fun interactive pub quiz. Going to have a left side of the audience versus right side of the audience. Then going to talk about the solution which is often proposed, which is just convert to pandas. And I'll tell you why I find that terribly unsatisfying. But I'm not just here to complain, I'm also here to propose solutions. So in part 3, I'm going to tell you about how you can do much, much better. And this is going to feature a world premiere, never to be seen or heard again. I'm going to try to do some completely improvised live coding based on audience suggestions. It's either going to be a train wreck or a car crash, not really sure which. Maybe there's a reason nobody has done it before, but I think if I don't try something crazy in my home country, when am I going to try it? You seem like a friendly audience, so let's do it. Finally, I'd like to end my talk with a message of hope. I'll tell you about what I think should come next. We can then have an engaging Q&A. At some point, it's probably going to fizzle out into an awkward silence, at which point we'll declare the talk to be over and we can go for lunch. Right, ready for a pub quiz? All right, thanks, Luca, for pumping the audience up. So the name of the game is, do they return the same result, yes or no? On the left, we've got some pandas syntax, and on the right, we've got some polars syntax. Like, the syntax is exactly the same, but my question is, do they return the same result? We're just checking whether 3 is in a series with the values 1, 2, 3. So, from this side of the room, do they return the same result, yes or no? Is this... let's try that again. Do they return the same result? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, I heard quite a few yeses and some no's in the middle. Let's see if we can get a more uniform answer from this side of the room. Do they return the same result? Yes or no? No. Also quite a mixed answer, so we should probably reveal, let's spoil. The answer is no. Pandas checks if 3 is in the index, and polars checks if 3 is in the values. I'm not saying that one is better than the other, they're just different designs. Both of these behaviors are documented. It's just something to be aware of if you're trying to write code that works the same way for both libraries. Let's try another one. This time, the syntax is different. We start with 2 columns, A and B, with values 2, 1, 4, 5, and we're just going to try to sort the values in column A. And yeah, the syntax is different, but my question is, do they do the same thing? Is df going to look the same at the end of these operations? So from this side of the room, is the df going to look the same in both cases? Yes or no? Yes. I think I heard more yeses than nos. So let's go over to this side of the room. Are they going to return the same result? Yes or no? I think I heard more yeses in the front and more no's in the back. And as it turns out, the answer is no, because pandas aligns on the index. So when you're sorting the values, it also sorts the index, and then it puts things back in the order that they started with. So it's a bit of an expensive no operation, whereas polars inserts things positionally. Right, I do have one more question, but as you can probably guess, the answer is going to be no. Let's... Let's go over it anyway. We've got 2 data frames which have a overlapping column, and we're going to join based on the other columns. and pandas is going to drop the redundant column, whereas polars is going to keep it, but with an underscore right suffix on it. I hope that this has sufficiently motivated you to consider the fact that writing data frame agnostic code is hard. Let's take a trip down memory lane. There's a lot of data frames out there. Pandas is currently the most used. Polars is also gaining a lot of traction. It's woo! Got a cheer from the guy wearing the Polars t-shirt. Maybe not too surprising. Dask. I didn't see any Dask t-shirts, so maybe that's why we didn't get a cheer for that one. Anyway, if you do hear your favorite data frame library, and it's not one that's already been called out, please feel free to give a cheer. I like a bit of audience interaction. Right, we've also got Modin, QDF, Koalas, Daft, Grizzly, and on my way to the conference on Reddit, I learned that a Japanese group has created fire ducks. If I ever go into a coma, the first question I ask when I wake up is going to be, how many new data frames are there? And please tell me that they don't all copy the Pandas API. Because the way that the data science landscape has typically reacted to Pandas and all of these other libraries has been by supporting Pandas. And nothing else. There's 4 reasons why I think that's an issue. So first of all, if your library only supports Pandas, then you're forcing users from other libraries to convert to Pandas before they use your library, and then to convert back from Pandas after they've used it. This is a bit annoying, not super ergonomic. Second, if data is starting on GPU, you're forcing users to copy that data to CPU. If you do this repeatedly, it can get quite expensive. Third, this is one that I really care about. If your data started lazy, then in order to convert it to Pandas, you're going to have to materialize it. So even if the operation you were doing could have stayed lazy, well, too bad. Need to convert to Pandas. And finally, Pandas isn't exactly a lightweight dependency, and it's likely that it's going to become even less lightweight in the future. So in effect, only supporting Pandas forces Pandas to be a required dependency everywhere. And there in the top right, you can see an actual, real sign I saw once at a protest. Somebody unhappy that Pandas was the only library supported by the data frame ecosystem, data science ecosystem. Can we address any of these? Now, there's one solution which people often propose, which is a library, even if it's written in Pandas, it can just convert to Pandas on the user's behalf. And there's a few ways to do this, like PyArrow, data frame interchange protocol, searching if the object has a to_pandas attribute, and then just calling it. And in the best case scenario, it would look a bit like this. The user comes in with data frame X, you do a 0 copy conversion to Pandas, and then you just write everything using Pandas. Now, the 0 copy conversion is typically not quite accurate, but even in the best case, I think this is terribly unsatisfying. And I'd like to show you why with an example from a library I really like called scikit-learn, which provides some extra building blocks on top of scikit-learn. Let's take their function add lags. Now, they've got a branch in which they've added native polars support. So if we start with a polars data frame and we pass it to this function, then it takes about 4 milliseconds. But if we do it converting to Pandas, passing Pandas to the function and then converting back to polars, it takes like 30 to 40 times longer. That's just because polars is really good at doing this kind of operation. So I just wanted to make the point. If a library converts to Pandas for everybody instead of running things natively, it's kind of unsatisfying. I don't care how cheap the conversion is. There are some things that Pandas just isn't that great at doing, but which other libraries do pretty well, so it's kind of unsatisfying. And if anybody ever suggests to you that you can just convert to Pandas, you now know how to respond. Convert to Pandas. In terms of the 4 problems of only supporting Pandas, I think converting to Pandas on the user's behalf only addresses the first one. It's a bit more user-friendly if users don't always have to write to Pandas and from Pandas, but it breaks like GPU acceleration, breaks query optimization, and pandas still has to be a required dependency. Can we do better? Woo! I like your optimism, Luca. And I think we can do better, and I'm going to have to introduce this next section of the talk in the most Pythonic way possible. And now for something completely different. And now for something completely the same. Let's talk about nowels. Nowels provides a super lightweight compatibility layer between data frame libraries. The idea is that as a library, you can accept any data frame, you can just wrap it in a nowels class. Nowels will then translate whatever syntax you write to the native library's own engine, and then you can give it back to the user in their native class. So like this, as far as the user is concerned, nowels is just happening under the hood, but as far as they are concerned, they are just passing their own library and getting their own library back. Let's check out how this actually works in practice. And it's now time to do a bit of live coding. I thought it would be fun to start a Thursday morning talk with a feel-good dataset. So here's a collection of thank you, Luca. My assistant is now going to come on stage. This is a series of passengers from the Titanic. We've got some details about them, and we know for each one whether they survived or not. And my question is, what do we want to know about this dataset? From this side of the room, what's one question you'd like to ask this dataset? Percentile of the age. Which percentile, sorry? 42, wow. Okay, from this side of the audience, what question would you like to ask of this data frame? How many male and female just in total? Okay, cool, yeah. Let's just write these two down, and maybe, Luca, do you want to get the audience all fired up? Let's get one more suggestion from them.
Okay, didn't expect this. So, how young was the youngest passenger and how old was the oldest one? There's another one from the audience.
Can you do like average or like survivor, count of survivor pivoted by class and gender?
Wow, okay, that's a really demanding one. So,
By class and gender.
right? Was it this one?
I think we had one more, but I've forgotten it. Do you remember?
The youngest, the youngest guy and the oldest one. Oh, there's one on the bottom.
All right, let's just check how we're doing for time. Whoops, I didn't start my timer. Anyway, looks like we're about 17 minutes into the talk. Maybe let's start with, let's see how far we can get. Right. So I think the survivor count by class and gender is probably the most interesting one to start with. So let's do that one, and then let's see how far we can get time depending. So I'm going to start by just trying to write a function which can accept either pandas or polars, and it should work for both. So pandas and polars. So if is instance. Oh dear, is my autocomplete not working? This is going to be painful. I cannot really type, and I can't remember pandas syntax too well, but let's try it. So group by, we are going to group by, so p class and sex, and then we need to find the survivor count. So survived. Count. So survived is a binary column containing the values 1 or 0. So to find the count, we're going to sum them. And finally, let's return. Then, if it's polars, if is instance df any pl.dataframe pl.lazyFrame, then we're going to return df any.group by p class sex aggregate pl.call survived, survive.sum. Right, I'm absolutely terrified of running this, especially because without autocomplete, I'm practically certain that I've done something wrong, but I signed up to doing something crazy, so I'm gonna take it until the end. Let's try passing a pandas data frame to this, and let's see what error we get, and then let's see if we can fix it. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, we've got it. Okay. Thank you. Let's try with a polars data frame. And now, okay, looks like this one has worked as well. However, does anyone like this code? Yeah, I don't like it either. So there's a few things I don't really like about it. One is that we've had to duplicate the logic. Like we've got two different syntaxes. We've got group underscore by and group by. We've got this get item. Here we've got ag. And it only works for pandas and polars. We might then have to add like a fire ducks branch as well. The other thing that I don't like is that the output isn't really exactly the same. Like in the polars case, we got a data frame back, whereas in the pandas case, this is a series with a multi-index. And I think we can just fix that with as index is false. Okay, like this, it looks a bit more consistent. But yeah, it's not always easy to remember to do this. As index equals false, it's quite easy to get all of these details wrong. So let's see if we can do better. I'm now going to copy and paste this function. And I'm going to import my super secret tool, which is narwhals, as NW. Narwhals func. Let's get rid of the pandas part. Then we're going to do step 1, which is df equals narwhals.fromNative df any. Then we can just use a subset of the polars API, which in this case just means replacing PL with NW, and then we can return narwhals.toNative result. And let's get rid of this white space. Does this look like it's going to work? df any from native, group by class, ag survived.sum to native result? Well, let's see. My heart rate has now increased to 300 beats per minute, approximately. Let's see if it now runs for pandas. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let's see, does it work for polars? All right, we've got it. And then finally, what about polars lazy? Okay, and this returns a query graph. So if we want to see the results, we're going to have to do .collect. And we get the same results as before. Okay, we did it. So to summarize, what have we done here? We started with a function with multiple if-then statements. The pandas block and the polars block, somewhat difficult to read, and we had to remember to do this one to get the same class in the output. And we got to a simple function, which is fairly readable syntax. There's no complications. Narwhals deals with complexities for you. And this will support pandas, polars, modin, QDF, and in principle, any other data frame which chooses to be compliant. Luca, let's try one more. Just to demonstrate that this isn't totally planted. Right. I don't know. Let's do male versus female counts. Should be fairly straightforward. But the way that one would work would be like this. One last one, then we'll get back to the slides. Need to say a bit more about narwhals. So for this one, we could just do... We could just use value counts, to be honest. That's probably the easiest thing. But value counts is something that you can only run on a series. So the way we do that in narwhals is to say eager only true, because polars doesn't have a lazy series. And then we could access the sex one and do value counts, and then return that back to the native library. So let's try this now. If we pass a pandas data frame, we get these counts, and if we pass a polars data frame, then we get the same result. I think we're going to run out of time, so I would love to go through all of these and spend the whole talk just taking audience suggestions, but we should probably get back to the slides. Thank you, Luca. Applause for Luca. Right, thanks everybody. Now, I was convinced that my live coding endeavor would end up in flames, so I prepared some backup slides, which we are now going to skip. I told you that Narwhals supports a subset of the Polars API, so let's see how far that goes. Does it go far enough to be useful? I've tried running some TPCH benchmark queries using Narwhals. We can do the first 7, probably more, just need to invest a bit more time into it. And these do a variety of group bys, joins, filtering, aggregation, selection, concatenation, and more. So even though Narwhals is initially just limited to fundamental operations, anything that's useful to open source projects can be considered in scope. So please open your feature requests on GitHub. In particular, we love open source, and there are some projects which are now either adding or considering adding Narwhals as a runtime dependency. Got time-based CV, Scikit Playtime, which is a fun experimental project, recommend checking it out, and in progress is Scikit Lego. This is just in a development branch for them, but it looks like they're considering making a release. I'm hoping that they follow through, would be pretty exciting. And I hope that we can see more libraries join this list. Now, we love open source, but we are not open source absolutists. And we want to give closed source libraries a chance to be compatible as well. So libraries that are closed source, they need to do a bit of extra effort to be compatible with Narwhals. They're going to have to implement the specification themselves, but if this is what they want to do, there is a mechanism for them to become compatible. So what does Narwhals achieve? In terms of the 4 problems which we talked about earlier of just supporting pandas, as far as the user is concerned, they just pass their data frame in and get their data frame out. So as far as the user is concerned, the user-friendliness is achieved. Narwhals only translates syntax, so computation that started on GPU can stay on GPU, computation that started lazy can stay lazy. And finally, Narwhals is about as lightweight as it gets. It has 0 required dependencies, and so you can just use whatever the user passes in without mandating any data frame library to be required. We've covered a lot of material today, so in confusion, what have we talked about? First, we saw how there exist a lot of data frame libraries, but unfortunately, typically only pandas has been supported, though things are starting to change. We've talked about how just convert to pandas is a really unsatisfying solution, and that native Polars support can often be off orders of magnitude faster. And then I presented Narwhals as a potential solution to this problem, which lets you support multiple data frame libraries with only a lightweight dependency, which respects eager versus lazy execution and CPU versus GPU execution. I would like to end today's talk with a message of hope. What do I hope that we'll see in 2024 and 2025? So first of all, I hope that many more libraries will add support for Polars and other data frame libraries without converting to pandas as an intermediate step. I hope that the future of data science becomes more data frame agnostic, that data science libraries just define some operations, and then the user can pass in their own data frame library, and computation will be dealt with by that library. And finally, I'm personally really excited about the Polars project, so I really encourage you to try it out when you're starting new data science projects. You know, for legacy ones, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But for new ones, I'd really like to encourage you all to embrace Polars. In particular, if you complain about the lack of Polars support somewhere, and somebody tells you that you should just convert to pandas, then what do we think? Is that a satisfying solution? No. Right, so if somebody suggests it to you, then we now know how to respond, and we're going to do it in the most Italian way possible. On the count of 3, convert to pandas. Right, thanks everybody. been amazing. Thank you so much. So kind of you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. It was great. Okay, so we have right now one question on Slido, which is, have you seen the XKCD strip about competing standards? Okay, it's a yes.
Should I say something about it?
If you want, or if you want to, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the XKCD comic about standards, for anyone not familiar with it, they just show somebody saying, this is ridiculous. There's like 12 different APIs. Let's add a new one which is going to solve everybody's problem. And then a few years later, there's now 13 competing standards. And I was well aware of that, which is why I intentionally decided that we need to start with the two most popular data frame libraries, which are pandas and polars, and we need to pick a subset of one of them to try to standardize. I initially tried to make it a subset of the pandas API, but as it turned out, trying to squash polars into a subset of the pandas API is really painful. Like in polars, we've got data frame, lazy frame, series, expression. Trying to squash all of that together into just data frame and series, it leads you to some really unintuitive rules and really unergonomic behavior. I then tried the other way around, like just squashing pandas into the polars API, and it just worked wonderfully. So I was like, all right, let's just publish this on GitHub and see what happens. So I'm aware of it, and I would like to think that I'm addressing it by not introducing something new, but just by letting you use what you already know. I can see somebody raising their hand. I think the expectation is to write the question on Slido, but okay. Sure, sounds good.
Okay, there is just one question more. What happens in the backend of Norwalds? Is the data frame left in a waiting state and then acts based on the type of instructions?
All right, so the fundamental thing to understand is that an expression is just a function from a data frame to a series. So if you have something like nw.call_a, then what this means is, given some data frame df, return to me the column a from that data frame. So an expression, it's just a function. Like a function, it doesn't produce a value yet until you give it a data frame. So Narwhals is just recording a graph of these lazy functions, and then once you put these expressions into a data frame context, it just evaluates them, and it just defers to the underlying library for that execution. Right, I think those were all the Slido questions, so let's turn to the audience. All right.
Thank you. I was wondering, why starting a new abstraction layer instead of just adding whatever backends you might want to IBIS, which solves the same four problems, and at this point has more or less 10 different backends already?
All right. I was hoping somebody would ask this question. So what about IBIS? I'd just like to make a very friendly comparison between the projects. I'm a fan of IBIS. I think it's a great tool. I'd just like to talk about why I don't think it solves the problem which I'm trying to solve with Narwhals. So IBIS is aimed at SQL backends, really. So if you're a user, if you're a data scientist, and you need to do some complicated analyses, which you might then want to deploy to a SQL backend, I think IBIS is a great solution. On the other hand, the package size is a bit heavy. It doesn't give you a way to deal with some data frame operations which pandas and polars support. And so if you're not an end user, but you're a data frame if you're a data science library maintainer, and you want the lightest possible compatibility layer between data frame libraries, then I think Narwhals is a better solution. Also, I cannot overstate the importance of this. Narwhals has a cute animal pic on the README, and based on this criteria alone, I declare it to be the winner. I think we had a question here in the front as well. Okay.
Okay, so my question is if one of the backends, or if you have not translated the code to your particular backend, do you have some sort of backup as the default as a conversion to polars or something?
That's that's a great question. So there's no conversion. Narwhals doesn't even import anything. It only looks at things that you've already imported as a user. So the extensibility part should cover that. So if I've not done something within narwhals, you just need to define some magic methods like __ narwhals _ data frame __. Similarly for the lazy frame, for series, for the expression, for the namespace. There's a few magic methods you need to define, but if you define those, then narwhals knows what to look for, it knows how to glue things together, and then it can defer to your library for the execution itself. In fact, narwhals itself uses its own extension mechanism under the hood to support pandas. Like if you look at the source code, there's a little _pandas _like folder in there, in which pandas like data frames use this extensibility mechanism. And it would be really cool to see other projects jump on board. Do you have a project? I'm so disappointed, but I hope that somebody else does. I would love to see this happen. Got a question here.
Hi. I would like to know if support for PySpark is on the roadmap or someone is working on it, because it seems like an addition that may make this very, very useful.
Cool, yeah. Contexts. That would be amazing. So I initially started with pandas and polars because those are the libraries that I work on, and they're the ones that I think I know fairly well. I'm not an expert in PySpark, but if anyone's interested, this is absolutely 110% welcome.
Quite closer. So as a panda addicted person, I have to ask you a question. How much is covered? In a sense, we saw that there are actually fairly good working for like group buy-in and aggregation. But what happens if I have a more complex function that is actually using like this crazy like for loops on group by to do like a more, let's say, customized modification of the data set?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think I might have lost the connectivity. I just wanted to show the API, but oh well, we won't do that. So if you look at scikit-lego, they've got one function in which they're iterating over groups and then doing some fairly customized things. So it does support iterating over groups, but only in the eager mode. So when you call nw.fromNative, if you want to do something really customized like this, you're going to have to pass the eager only equals true parameter.
Thank you.
But yeah, fantastic question. Thanks.
Any more questions? I'll look on slide.
Right. Might be time to go and get some lunch.
Yeah, so we're a bit early. We actually have another talk right now.
Okay, yeah, cool. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank
Cool,
you,
thank you.
everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Marco, thank you for the talk.
Oh, thank you.
When I saw your name, I knew it was familiar, but not from any of those things. I was like, where do I know this guy from? And what I know you from is from Absolify imports, which I've been using for like years. Yeah. I mean, now I think I guess probably now rough. Doing the same thing. But at the time, I was like, this really kind of opened the thing for me for like the what's it called, like Flake plugins and just like all this world of like AHT parsing. Thanks to you. That was really exciting.
To me, that's areas. Like that was just a little lockdown project.
Yeah, but you never know which things you make are the ones that kind of make an impact. Just wanted to let you know. I thought, you know.
Well, thank you so much. Because like, it reminds me, like I was at dinner like last year. Like somebody happened to like they were working like web dev or something, so they didn't actually know pandas or polars, but they knew me because I made auto walls, which is a tool which automatically applies the wall or something. Yeah, that is to me that's
it's the smallest things. You never know.
Exactly.
No, but thank you very much. It was very good.
No, thank you so much. Really.
Are you speaking again or something else? Are you doing another speech?
Prova? Sì, questo va. Okay. Okay, we're ready for the last talk before lunch, and our speaker is Pietro Mascolo. So welcome, and the talk is I have no clue how my model is doing. So don't we? So thank you for coming, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you all. Good morning. I will try to keep this as quick as possible because I realize that you'll probably want to go to lunch soon. So, anyway, my name is Pietro Mascolo, and today I'm going to talk to you about, I don't know, I have no clue what my model is doing. So we're going to have a look at how we can evaluate models, machine learning models in production environments when the situation tends to be a bit more complex than what we've been led to believe when we were training as data scientists. So first, just a couple of words about myself. I come from a very multicultural, multi-cosmopolitan environment, as you can see from the number of flags in my intro. I'm a husband and a dad, physicist, so a bit crazy. I'm a pragmatic data scientist. I try to make sense of the world around me, and I try to make sure that we can extract value from our models, not just results. A few other things, nothing very important. The most important thing is that I am a dedicated nerd. I enjoy technology, I enjoy nerdy things, and I hope that I can share some of my pain points and passion for what I've seen through my years as a data scientist with you today. So today, as I mentioned, we're going to have a look at real-world situations in terms of evaluating machine learning models, what can happen, what can go wrong, what we can do about it. And there are many things that can go wrong. I'm going to go through it by degrees. We'll start from a very simple situation, and we'll gradually increase the level of complexity that we deal with. So why are we here? Well, we're here because when you're training as a data scientist, you get used to seeing situations where you train your model, then you have your test set, you just check that your labels in your test set match the labels that your model has predicted, and that's grand. And that tends to be what companies expect, what your project manager might expect. They might expect you to just import and use that magical function that loads your data and that magical second function that loads the labels, and then you can just compare them, and that's it. That's all the evaluation, what evaluation is about, right? Well, it turns out that in real life, sometimes, like very often, we don't have those magical functions. So we might have no clue as to what the model is doing. Forget about how well it's doing it. We might not know what it's doing at all. We might not even have ground truths. We might not know what the real value of our labels is. So what do we do at this point? Just a bit of a disclaimer here. I'm going to use accuracy as metric throughout the presentation. I know it's a terrible metric in a lot of circumstances. I'm just using this for the sake of simplicity because it's easy to understand and everybody can grasp the concept of it. So, as I mentioned, the situation is we have our model result, we know the labels for those results, and we know what metric we're interested in, or at least the one that the business wants to hear about, or your CEO or your CTO or whoever. Well, great. That's fantastic. That's the ideal situation. You can just import your metric, calculate it, and that's it, right? That's boring, also unrealistic. So let's try to add a bit of realism to this situation. So for example, let's say that we don't have all the model's result. We still have the ground truth, but we can only see some of the model's outcomes. So what can we do about this? And I apologize already. We're going to start the first of two very small mathematical interludes. I'll keep them as brief as possible. I will omit a lot of things. So if you're familiar with the concept, fantastic. You will see that I'm omitting a lot of things, forgetting things, and not talking about other things. If you're not familiar with them, great. I'll try to give them to you in the briefest time possible. And the first concept we're going to have a look at is the central limit theorem, right? We're not going to go through the mathematical formulation or anything. Suffice to say that what this theorem is, it's one of the fundamental theorems in statistics, is that if you have an underlying distribution of data, it doesn't matter what it looks like. If you take enough samples of sufficient size out of that underlying distribution, then the distribution of your samples will be a normal distribution, and its mean and standard deviation will be linked to the underlying distribution of the data. Now, let's not quibble about what enough samples and sufficient size mean. We'll leave that to the side. There are some rules of thumb that you can use to determine appropriate numbers. But how can we use this in terms of using it to calculate how our model is doing? Well, if we have enough data, right, suppose that we have hundreds of thousands of data points, what we can do is, in this case, for example, I'm taking 200 samples of 100 points each from the underlying distribution, and these samples are supposed to be random, right? We take all these samples, we collect the metrics for all these samples together, and then from that collection of metrics, we can extract, not extrapolate, the mean, standard deviation, and those will reflect what's in the underlying distribution. In our case here, we can estimate what the underlying model's accuracy is. It's not perfect because we don't know what the shape of that distribution is, but it's much better than nothing. This is the case in which we have enough data. What if we don't? What if, say, we have only 100 points to go by? Well, there's another technique that's very similar to it, and it's called bootstrapping. And it works alongside the same principle. It's just that this time, instead of running the same sampling process over multiple times with many different data points, we extract the same length of the points that we have. So we have 100 points. We will extract a number of samples of 100 points with replacement. And for those of you who are not familiar with this concept, with replacement means that every time we extract a random value from our black bag of values, we immediately put it back in. So we can extract the same value multiple times. And essentially, after this sampling process where we sample the same length of what we have with replacement, we can go back to the previous case and the rest follows in exactly the same way. And again, we're ignoring what the underlying shape of the distribution is, but it's kind of okay. We just need to know that we have the mean of the underlying distribution. We know that the parameter we are evaluating is normally distributed, so with the standard deviation, we can also estimate confidence bounds. All right, so that was reasonably easy. What about a bit more realism? This is going to get ludicrous, let me tell you. Okay, what if we additionally don't have any information as to what the ground truth is? I'll give you an example. I was working a few years ago, I was working in e-commerce, and we were classifying products for international transactions, right? Because the ultimate aim was detecting understanding what the product is so that we could calculate customs and duties. Problem here is we didn't know whether the model was right or wrong. The classification for this sort of problems is very complex, and the only way we could get results from the production environment was if at a certain point a customs official would examine one of our shipping products, detected it was wrong for some reason, and not necessarily just wrong, because different products might have the same duty rate. So they might say, oh, this is wrong, but no, the monetary value is correct, the duty rate is correct, so kind of who cares? We might never find out about it. So we would find out about only a subset of the errors many weeks later. So we couldn't use them directly to evaluate our model. So, I mean, it's still possible. We can still do something about it. Here we are going to talk about our second mathematical interlude. I will keep it as brief as possible. Apologies again. What we can leverage here is something called inferential statistics, specifically Bayesian statistics, which, as you can imagine, is based on Bayes' rule. Has anybody here never seen this before? Yay, okay, we all have seen it. But very good. So essentially, we're trying to calculate the probability of a parameter given the data that we're seeing. And to do that, we need to know what is the probability of the data that we see given the parameter, which is essentially counting. We need to know a prior distribution of the parameter, so what we expect the parameter to look like. And probability of data is essentially a normalizing constant. We'll ignore it for now. We shouldn't, but for our purposes, we don't want to go too deep into this bit. So then I'm going to talk to you about two other probability distributions. The first of which is, and the most important of which, is the binomial distribution, which describes the number of successes in a series of Bernoulli trials given a certain number of trials. Essentially, a Bernoulli trial is a yes or no process with a certain probability. We are making assumptions here, right? We're assuming that the probability of success, accuracy in our case, of our model for each transaction is the same, which it's clearly not, but we'll ignore that for now. So if we think of our model making classifications, making predictions as a series of Bernoulli trials, yes, no, with the same probability, a collection of those makes up a binomial distribution. And we know how to treat that. The second distribution I'm going to talk about, it's called a beta distribution. I'm not going to talk too much about this. It's harder to put this into a physical perspective and to what might represent in the real world. Suffice to say that it's very convenient. It's a very convenient distribution because based on those alpha and beta parameters, it can assume many different shapes. And it has a very interesting property. The beta distribution is the conjugate prior of the binomial distribution, and that's what we're going to leverage. What that means is if we take our Bayes rule, we're going to ignore the normalizing constant, and we're just looking at what the curve is supposed to do, the distribution is supposed to do. And we plug in our binomial distribution for the process itself, so the probability of data given theta, and we plug in our beta as our prior for the probability of theta. What happens is, if we do the calculation, is that we come up with a distribution that, if you look at it, the last line, it really looks like another beta. And in fact, it is. It is a beta of updated parameters. And that's the beautiful, the beauty of conjugate prior. So if you use the conjugate prior of a distribution as the prior, then your posterior distribution will be a distribution of the same type. And that's what we're going to leverage. In our case specifically here, if we update after a certain number of success and trials, our new posterior distribution is essentially a beta whose parameters have been updated by k, which is the number of successes that we've seen, and n minus k, which is the number of failures. So in practice, we can just set up our prior. Let's say that we don't know anything about the system, and we start with the beta where alpha is equal to 1 and beta is equal to 1, which is a uniform distribution. If you remember the equation, plug in those values, you get a constant. We can count from a manual process. We can take a random sample of classifications that the model made, and we can check manually whether we're correct or not. And we can count those number of successes as number of failures, and we can just update our posterior alpha and beta for the new posterior distribution. And then we can very easily calculate what the distribution is like. We can calculate its moments, we can calculate its standard deviation, and we can just use that as an estimate for the accuracy. And we can do this repeatedly. So if you do this, if you start, for example, with a beta of 1, which is a uniform, you can do this every day with a certain number of random samples of the classifications, and you can keep updating your posterior distribution with each evidence you find every day. Don't do this for too long, otherwise your posterior will be too biased toward the past. Like if you have a model that behaves wonderfully for a month and then does horribly for 2 days, you will not really see that huge shift. So you need to reset your expectations from time to time. All right, let's add a bit more realism. What happens if we don't even know what we should report about? This happens a lot, actually. I was recently working in healthcare, and we were working on a few clinical models. And the most important thing that came out of that project is the fact that we should have really considered not just the metrics per se, but also the cost of our errors. And this is not a simple situation. And the cost of errors is not purely monetary value. It could be something else. Like, for example, as I mentioned in healthcare, the project I was working on aimed at calculating the risk for patients to develop the next stage of a chronic disease. And there is a monetary value intrinsic to that, because you need to intervene on the patients, you need to make sure that the patient takes their medication, and so on and so forth. But there's also a detriment in their quality of life. And you can't put that into money. And we also had a similar project where the condition was much simpler and the detriment was not really there. And what we ended up doing was talking to the business, and it's like, okay, what's the cost of the patient developing this? Oh, they have to go to the doctor every month. Okay. What's the cost of the intervention? What's the intervention we can make? Oh, the intervention we'd make is sending a flyer to the patients. Just send a flyer to everybody. It would be cheaper than working on the model. Okay, more realism. Okay, this is where we were a moment ago, right? But I mentioned the situation in working in clinical domain where the project I mentioned, detecting and determining the risk for patients to develop a certain condition, this was actually a model supposed to go in front of clinicians while they were talking to the patients. So what happens there? We can't really trust our training data, first of all, right? And we need to make sure that we can build that trust. Otherwise, we can't, like, all that data comes from human beings. It's not automatically generated. There will be mistakes in the data. There will be errors in how it's collected. There will be errors in how it's reported. There are things you can do about it, but we're getting really in the realm of very complex interventions. So you could, for example, use an external validator an external model to check which parts of your data may be mislabeled. You can look at the underlying distribution of the data to see if you have any outliers with respect to what you expect. You could turn your problem into a positive unlabeled type of problem, especially, well, not especially, if you have a classification problem. You could check the mean shift variation of the interdistribution clusters if you're working on regression or something like that. But we're not going to go into that also because I think I have 5 minutes left. So, okay, again, back to the idea of clinical trials and clinical projects. We are still in the same situation, but at this point, predictions affect outcomes. If a doctor sees that the patient is at risk of developing something, they will take action. And that will very likely change what will happen in the future. So how do we determine that the model was right? Because we can't collect the outcome. At best, we can collect the intervention. Well, this was me when that happened 6 months ago. And at this point, I have to say, you really have to trust your SMEs. There are processes in place for this sort of things. And in general, I can't really tell you what to do here. You have to figure it out. Trust, as I mentioned, trust your SMEs. Understand the business, understand the domain, understand the cost of interventions and making mistakes. Okay, to sum up, I think I'm still in time. Oh, okay. So the real world is complex. It's way more complex than what we think. It's way more complex than what we would like to think. We can't limit ourselves to just training and test sets. Often there is no way to directly calculate performance of our models, and we have to rely on methods to estimate it. These methods might be, some are good, some are less good, but it depends on your situation. We need to go beyond simple metrics and consider the cost of errors. And again, cost is not just monetary value. It's what is the impact of making a mistake. You need to build trust in your data, because every data set I've ever worked with in the real world has some problems. Even if you don't think they have it, they're there. So go through it, understand it as well as you can, and fix all the mistakes and errors. Re-examine your labels. And trust your SMEs. Okay, I think we actually have a few extra minutes for questions. Thank you very much for enduring me.
Thank you. Very nice talk, Marco. Okay, we have right now one question, Slido, and that is, were you always able to deliver value with a model despite extreme realism?
No. It's unfortunately not always possible in the sense that I described it. Although, if you look at it, sometimes delivering value could lie in the fact that you realize that something cannot be done at this point in time with the tools that we have or with the data that we have. In general, it's also a matter of how you define value. And depending on your domain, value could be merely tied to savings or revenue generation, or it could be tied to outcomes. In our case, for example, when I was working in clinical, we were not really focused just on the cost, we were focused on improving patients' situation. So if you could detect correctly that a patient was at risk of developing something, that was value, inherently. Unfortunately, though, no, it's not always possible to generate value from your models.
Thank you. If there is some question in the audience, we can take it. Sure.
Yes, thanks for the talk. You talked about estimating the cost and benefits, right? Which is a thing people advise to do up front and think, and it's an ongoing discussion. But what's your method for getting these numbers with your SMEs? So you don't have cost, so it's not just money, but it's also maybe user experience or impact on the patient. Like, but how do you get to like false positive is factor 60 and the other one is 2 or whatever?
Well, this goes back to the idea. Sorry, let me just repeat the last bit so that the camera can also pick it up. So, the question was related to how do you determine the actual cost or the actual value intrinsically related to type 1 versus type 2 error. And well, that is very domain specific. I'll go back again to trust your SMEs to build up the base of your domain knowledge. And then verify with what kind of interventions you can take. So any cost that is associated with an error should be tied to any type of intervention you can take. So if you make a type 2 error, what can you do about it? Or what happens if you make that error, right? Does it lead to, or type 1, doesn't matter really, does it lead to a loss in revenue? Does it lead to having to take on extra actions that will cost money and time? Does it lead to someone losing something, whatever that is? And how to tie that directly to monetary value? Well, I can't help you with everything there. There are some things that are very difficult to calculate. In terms of actions and interventions, well, that's easy. You just verify what you would bill the patient, for example, or what the cost of man hours that you're putting into the interventions are, or the cost of equipment or the process itself. In terms of, for example, in the case that I mentioned earlier, the case of a patient losing, I don't know, a limb or having to go through surgery, well, those risks are harder to quantify, and it depends on your domain. Thank you.
Other questions? I do have a question, maybe. So in the list you put at the end, so there are a few things that actually you need to check. Let's say, to me, the first, maybe the most important things are the last one. So trust your data and examine your labels. So data quality, I think it's one of. So when you have like results you don't expect, who is the first culprit or the first scapegoat? Do you think it's like the reason why you don't get the result you expect?
From experience, so usually the main culprits I can think of, well, there's two. One would be me. I made a mistake in coding the pipeline, which, you know, we're humans. We make mistakes. We write bugs. That happens. The second problem that I find the most often is data quality issues. And it could be related to the data acquisition pipeline. It could be related to the data processing pipeline. In my case, specifically, I worked a lot with healthcare providers and insurance providers that have been around for decades. And they've been acquired other companies over time, and they've merged multiple systems over time. So you would find a lot of inconsistencies in the data, a lot of plain mistakes, and those are not always easy to reconcile. sometimes you actually have to just go with the data that you know you can trust, or at least trust to a certain degree. Yeah, that's my experience.
Thanks for the talk. Just a quick question. Do you have any, other examples of methods of statistical estimation for performance? You mentioned a few with the mathematical interludes. Do you have other examples?
Well, yeah, I mentioned some of the ones I've used in the past, the ones that are more common. Like I've used this extensively for other projects, so I thought this would be the most interesting examples. In terms of statistical estimation and inferential statistics, there's a slew of distributions you can look at depending on your process. That's the important thing. I use the binomial because my process could be described as a binomial. You should try to find the distribution or the equation or the process or the model that best describes your process. And based on that, then you can calculate everything else. In terms of other situations, well, a few things you could consider is using plain other tools, especially in the case where you're not sure about the your data quality. There are libraries that can help you with that. There's plenty of libraries in Python, for example, that deal with positive and unlabeled data sets. If you're working classification, there's plenty of data dimensionality reduction techniques you can leverage. I'm thinking specifically of UMAP that tends to work really well with this sort of problems, try to figure out whether a data point belongs to a certain cluster or not. You could use t-SNE, but t-SNE is a bit more leaning towards pure visualization than actual computation after you calculate your manifold. Yeah, that's the most I can think. We can have a chat after this if you want and try to set it out. Okay. Thank you all. I'm sorry for keeping you from your lunch. I hope you will enjoy it.
il mio mi sono scordato.
Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti, spero abbiate mangiato bene, ne sono sicuro, e quindi adesso siamo pronti per sentire il talk di Carlo Bertini, Zero Waste, trucchi per riciclare la memoria meglio. Vai.
Ciao a tutti e benvenuti in questo talk Zero Waste, come ho appena detto, trucchi per riciclare la memoria meglio. Io sono Carlo Bertini, sono Tech Team Leader in Fiscozen. Nel tempo libero, oltre che sviluppare, mi piace andare ai concerti, coccolare, o meglio, stressare i miei gatti. Qui ci dovrebbe essere Francesco, ma non c'è, che si è ammalato, quindi ciao Fra. In questo talk utilizzeremo soltanto la libreria standard fornita dall'interprete, quindi tutti i pacchetti out of the box che ci vengono forniti appunto. Chi di voi mi ha scritto un programma in C, C++? Però, tanti. Come ben sapete, la gestione della memoria in C e C++ è completamente a carico dello sviluppatore. Infatti è lo sviluppatore stesso che dovrà allocare la memoria quando ne ritiene necessario e soprattutto quando un oggetto non è più necessario è compito suo ad allocare questo oggetto proprio per liberare la memoria stessa. Tutto questo in Python invece viene gestito dal Memory Manager. Il Memory Manager è quel componente, quel task, scusate, è completamente gestito dall'interprete. Si occupa anche di preallocare la memoria, gestire la condivisione della memoria stessa, la segmentazione, gestire la cache e quant'altro. Nello specifico il Memory Manager andrà a utilizzare due strutture dati, da una parte la memoria di tipo stack e dall'altra la memoria di tipo heap. Tutti gli oggetti vengono caricati nella memoria di tipo heap, è una memoria privata che noi non abbiamo accesso, ma sarà completamente gestita appunto dal Memory Manager. Utilizza varie strategie per allocare gli oggetti in memoria. Per oggetti di dimensioni piccole, ovvero sotto i 512 byte e di breve durata, utilizza una strategia comune. Questa strategia è il PyMalloc Allocator, invece che non fa altro che utilizzare delle mappature di memoria chiamate arene, che hanno dimensione fissa di 256 KB per sistemi a 32 bit e 1 MB per sistemi a 64 bit. Mentre per oggetti di dimensioni maggiori andrà a utilizzare degli allocator dedicati che ognuno in base alla tipologia di oggetto e che sono ottimizzati apposta per gli oggetti che vengono presi in considerazione dal Memory Manager. Dall'altra parte invece abbiamo la memoria di tipo stack, dove verranno inserite le nostre variabili e argomenti delle funzioni che non faranno altro che puntare ai riferimenti in memoria dentro la memoria di tipo heap. Quindi il nostro modo per poter accedere a questa memoria sono tramite la memoria di tipo stack, che è una memoria di tipo LIFO. Qui possiamo vedere un'anatomia di un oggetto Python, o meglio, nella specifica un oggetto CPython che è la distribuzione più diffusa di Python stesso ed è anche quella che noi internamente in Fiscone adottiamo. Volevo mettere l'accento sulla property OBRFCNT che è quella property che utilizza l'interprete per contare quanti sono i riferimenti attivi del nostro oggetto che sono in quel momento appunto attivi. Per gestire tutto quanto riguarda la memoria è sempre il Memory Manager, che però ha un componente interno che si chiama Garbage Collector, che ha una sola responsabilità, ovvero di allocare la memoria e liberarla quando un oggetto non ha riferimenti e quando quindi può essere rimosso in maniera safe. Per fare questo il Garbage Collector utilizza due strategie principalmente. La strategia di reference count, che appunto si basa sulla proprietà che abbiamo appena visto, che quando un oggetto ha riferimenti zero, quindi non ha più riferimenti visibili, viene direttamente deallocata. Quindi quando un oggetto esce dallo scopo dell'esecuzione corrente viene droppato via. A basso livello utilizza le due macro C che sono pydecref per diminuire e pycref incref per aumentare questa quantità. Però come potete ben immaginare questa strategia non è sufficiente, basta pensare delle catene, quindi o dei riferimenti circolari, un oggetto che istanzia se stesso significa che non potrà mai essere deallocato perché il reference count non scenderà mai a 0. Per questo motivo qui è stata introdotta la strategia della loop detection, ovvero l'interpreter andrà a analizzare queste isole o contenitori di catene e ciclerà su questi oggetti. Ogni volta che a un oggetto verifica che non è più raggiungibile all'esterno, andrà a decrementare il reference count, o meglio, non proprio il reference count, ma la copia che si è fatta, che si chiama GCRF count, e tramite TP traversa andrà a vedere tutti gli oggetti a lui collegato per capire se anche questi oggetti sono referenziati esternamente oppure no. Farà un secondo ciclo su quest'isola e verificherà se l'oggetto ha questo GCRF count a 0, sposterà questo oggetto, marcherà questo oggetto come non raggiungibile e sempre tramite TP traversa andrà a verificare se tutti gli oggetti a lui collegati sono o meno raggiungibili, quindi se possono essere marcati come non raggiungibili oppure no. A fine di questo ciclo non vedremo altro che due strade. Una, o tutti gli oggetti sono stati marcati come non raggiungibili, quindi il garbage collector potrà per noi rimuovere questi oggetti in sicurezza, oppure uno dei due, almeno un oggetto di questa catena è ancora raggiungibile all'esterno e il garbage collector risposterà tutti gli oggetti come di nuovo raggiungibili. Come potete immaginare è un'operazione molto onerosa. Infatti sono state introdotte delle ottimizzazioni e l'ottimizzazione principale si basa sulle generazioni. L'assunto dietro a questa ottimizzazione è che la maggior parte degli oggetti deve avere un ciclo di vita il più breve possibile. Quindi tutti gli oggetti nuovi che hanno una referenza circolare verranno inseriti in generazione 0, dove il garbage collector cercherà di fare queste rimozioni. Se un oggetto sopravvive, o meglio un'isola di oggetti sopravvive a questo primo ciclo di pulizia, verrà spostato in generazione 1, dove il controllo verrà effettuato meno frequentemente. Se anche qui questi oggetti resistono ancora e sopravvivono, e ancora quindi hanno referenze esterne, verrà spostato in generazione 2, dove i controlli sono ancora più radi. Fa sì che le referenze circolari sono uno di quei motivi di consumo di memoria, anche a volte che non ci possiamo accorgere. Bisogna stare molto attenti a verificarli. Ora che abbiamo fatto una panoramica su come funziona la gestione della memoria in Python, possiamo andare a creare la nostra strategia per poter migliorare l'efficientamento di consumo di memoria stesso del nostro applicativo. Lo faremo ovviamente in maniera incrementale perché non possiamo pretendere di sistemare tutto in un colpo solo. Prima di tutto dobbiamo porci la domanda essenziale: cos'è che per noi significa che il nostro applicativo sta consumando troppa memoria? E la risposta è: ci dobbiamo definire delle metriche e in base a queste metriche potremo agire e prima di tutto misurare l'effettivo consumo di memoria del nostro applicativo, verificare quali sono i vari pain point e una volta che li abbiamo capiti quali sono e ordinati, ne andremo a aggredire uno alla volta. E finito quello sistemato il primo pain point, andremo di nuovo a misurare, riordinare e riaggredire in maniera incrementale. In questo talk, come ho anticipato, andremo a utilizzare soltanto gli strumenti della libreria standard e principalmente ci soffermeremo sui tre moduli: il modulo sys, il modulo gc e il modulo tracemalloc. Del modulo sys, che tutti conosciamo, andremo a utilizzare una funzione molto comoda che ci traccia quante memorie sta usando il nostro codice. Nello specifico, come possiamo vedere, utilizziamo getRefCount, ovvero è quella funzione che ci tornerà il numero di riferimenti che il nostro oggetto ha in questo momento. Ma come se potete vedere, getRefCount della prima riga ci torna un valore 2, ovvero sia la referenza che MakeClass ha verso l'istanza A, ma anche il fatto che è stato passato come riferimento della funzione getRefCount. Infatti bisogna sempre ricordarsi che in getRefCount ci torna sempre un valore più 1 dell'effettivo riferimenti che la nostra classe ha. Le altre funzioni che andiamo a vedere nel modulo sys sono get allocated blocks e get saved off. Il get allocated blocks ci indica quanti blocchi di memoria l'interprete ha allocati attualmente. Come abbiamo detto precedentemente, un blocco di memoria ha dimensioni variabili. E per sapere invece lo spazio occupato di memoria del nostro oggetto in byte bisogna utilizzare la funzione get saved off. L'altro modulo che andiamo a analizzare è il modulo GC, ovvero l'interfaccia pubblica del garbage collector. Tramite questa interfaccia possiamo interagire direttamente col garbage collector. Nello specifico qui andiamo a utilizzare il metodo getObjects che ci restituisce tutti gli oggetti che sono attualmente tracciati dal garbage collector stesso. Questo semplice esempio non andiamo altro che a stampare le tipologie di questi oggetti e le loro quantità. Ovviamente il garbage collector ci permette di interagire tramite il modulo GC, possiamo interagire col garbage collector per poter efficientare l'utilizzo delle soglie per quanto riguarda le varie generazioni o addirittura disabilitarlo. L'altro modulo che andremo a vedere per poter analizzare e misurare i nostri dati è il modulo tracemalloc, che è uno strumento di debugging che ci permette di tracciare i blocchi di memoria allocati dall'interprete. Lo fa tramite degli snapshot di memoria, quindi noi andremo a fare uno snapshot prima che eseguiamo il nostro applicativo, o meglio la porzione dell'applicativo che vogliamo analizzare. Eseguiamo il nostro codice, andremo a fare uno snapshot successivo e tramite la comparazione di questi due snapshot sappiamo esattamente quanto il nostro codice è andato a occupare nella memoria stessa. Come possiamo vedere, questa è un'utility che utilizzeremo durante tutta la presentazione, che non fa altro che fare uno snapshot prima e dopo l'invocazione delle nostre applicazioni e ci stamperà un report compreso di tempo di esecuzione dell'applicazione stessa. Ora che abbiamo stabilito quali sono le metriche e sappiamo come poter misurare il consumo della memoria, possiamo incominciare a preparare la nostra strategia effettiva. Ovviamente non esiste una ricetta univoca per poter sistemare tutti i corner case, tutti i casi che ci occupiamo. L'obiettivo base è sempre cercare di mantenere in vita un oggetto solo per il tempo strettamente necessario. Questo qui è il concetto base di tutto principalmente. Dobbiamo ricordarci che è tutto in equilibrio, nel senso che se andiamo a agire sul consumo di memoria potremo andare in maniera negativa ad agire sul costo computazionale di una data funzione o i tempi di accesso I/O. Quindi bisogna sempre ricordarsi che è un equilibrio di questi tre elementi. Quindi vediamo di allungare il tempo di persistenza di un oggetto se i tempi di computazione e di accesso I/O ce lo permettono e i dati delle misurazioni che ci vogliamo attendere ce lo permettono di fare. Incominciamo con i vari esempi, i vari trucchettini che abbiamo pensato per poter ottimizzare il consumo di memoria. Il primo l'abbiamo chiamato keep it short, ovvero cerchiamo di mantenere un oggetto, il ciclo di vita di un oggetto il più breve tempo possibile. Un ciclo di vita è breve quando nasce e muore all'interno di una funzione. Al contrario, ovviamente, se invece viene passato come attributo di istanza o come parametro tra le varie funzioni, questo oggetto rimane ancora in vita. Prendiamo questo esempio dove all'inizializzazione della classe A andremo a computare questa funzione, andiamo a chiamare questa funzione che potrebbe essere più o meno onerosa e quindi ci precalcoliamo tutto e lo teniamo in memoria. Nella parte destra della slide vedete un pattern che sarà frequente durante la presentazione, ovvero istanziare un numero elevato di volte i nostri oggetti e tramite il context manager presentato precedentemente andremo a misurare il consumo di memoria e stamparci un report. Se noi invece di inizializzare questa funzione direttamente all'inizio della classe la andassimo a invocare solamente nei vari metodi che effettivamente la utilizzano, Come possiamo vedere abbiamo un consumo di memoria ridotto, però come side effect abbiamo in questo caso un raddoppio dei tempi di esecuzione, semplicemente qui perché andiamo a chiamare 2 volte. Per questo, come dicevo prima, bisogna sempre considerare il trade-off tra consumo di memoria e tempi di esecuzione. Corollario di questo concetto è l'abbiamo chiamato no global, ovvero cercare di evitare di utilizzare le variabili globali quando è possibile. Le variabili globali ovviamente non sono il male assoluto, anzi hanno un loro motivo di esistere e quindi vanno usate solo in quei casi. Un side effect che si può avere utilizzando una variabile globale è che potremmo avere dei riferimenti di oggetti che per noi non sono più necessari e quindi portarci dei memory leak più o meno volontari. Prendiamo da questo semplice esempio di un classico SDK che ci viene fornito da terze parti, dove oltre a fornirci il client ci verrà fornita anche una istanza del client, perché è molte volte più semplice. Qui non facciamo altro che appendere i vari log delle singole chiamate. Se noi andassimo a utilizzare direttamente l'istanza che ci viene fornita dal client stesso, in questo caso vediamo il consumo di memoria. Ma se noi andassimo, invece di usare l'istanza globale che ci viene fornita con l'SDK, andassimo a istanziare il nostro client direttamente all'interno della funzione, vediamo che il consumo di memoria cala drasticamente. Il side effect in questo caso è che non avremo più i riferimenti del log delle chiamate precedenti, ma se nel nostro caso non è core per il nostro applicativo avere questi log, guadagniamo da questo punto di vista di aver deallocato tutta questa memoria e aver tolto quei riferimenti che magari involontariamente abbiamo introdotto. Un altro tip è utilizzare i generator. Un generator riduce l'occupazione di memoria, dato che sono funzioni speciali che permettono di generare una sequenza di valori una alla volta, invece di in maniera efficiente usando poca memoria. Se usassimo come questo esempio un approccio standard, noi questa lista la caricheremo direttamente in memoria tutti insieme e se una lista è molto grossa di questi oggetti, in questo caso relativamente grossa, il consumo di memoria è elevato. Ma se noi utilizzassimo direttamente un generatore, al posto di caricare tutti gli oggetti direttamente in memoria tramite la lista, vediamo che il numero di consumo di memoria in byte è anche in questo caso calato notevolmente. Però bisogna considerare in questo caso che questi 2 tipi di generatori sono praticamente equivalenti. Andiamo sì a diminuire il tempo di memoria, di utilizzo di memoria e anche in questo caso tramite generator di relativamente veloce il nostro programma, però andiamo a aumentare la complessità di leggibilità del nostro codice. Quindi nella bilancia che abbiamo prima visto a 3 elementi, dovremo aggiungere un quarto elemento che è fondamentale, ovvero la leggibilità del codice, oltre che essere difficile da dire. È un tassello fondamentale per avere un codice, oltre che mantenibile, anche scalabile. Quindi in questo trade-off bisogna sempre considerare la leggibilità. Cercherò di non ripeterlo. No, ci provo. Un altro tip è utilizzare sloth, che è un attributo speciale delle classi. Tramite questo attributo noi andremo a istruire l'interprete che la nostra classe potrà avere soltanto gli attributi che gli sono stati passati in questo attributo. Scusate il gioco di parole. Quindi l'interprete saprà esattamente qual è lo spazio che dovrà allocare per questi oggetti, togliendoci di contro il fatto di poter aggiungere a runtime parametri aggiuntivi alle nostre classi, alle nostre istanze, scusate, perché viene eliminato il dizionario interno underdict, che è quello che utilizza per poter aggiungere e accedere a queste informazioni. Lo facciamo semplicemente passando questo attributo e, come potete vedere, il consumo di memoria anche in questo caso si è ridotto notevolmente. Un altro tip è utilizzare le name tuple. Le name tuple, a differenza delle tuple normali, che si può accedere ai propri attributi soltanto tramite posizione, si può accedere tramite nome. Come possiamo vedere, noi prendiamo la nostra classe, che ormai abbiamo imparato quasi a memoria, anche perché non è proprio difficile, e la andiamo a riscrivere tramite le name tuple. Allocator non ha cambiato niente, che per lui è praticamente lo può ciclare come lo stesso oggetto, ma vediamo che anche in questo caso il consumo di memoria è ridotto notevolmente. In questo caso, dal mio punto di vista, è aumentato un po' la difficoltà nel leggere il codice. Quindi valutiamo anche di nuovo questo argomento. L'ultimo tip che andiamo a vedere sono i weak ref, ovvero quei legami deboli tra oggetti. Si intende un legame debole quando questo legame non va a aumentare il numero di riferimenti tra i vari oggetti, e lo dobbiamo fare con oggetti che non sono core per il nostro applicativo in quel dato momento. Prendiamo per esempio questa classe foo che accetta dei vari observe da passarli una volta che abbiamo istanziato. Qui possiamo vedere il nostro oggetto main che viene istanziato con 3 observer che vengono passati. Come possiamo vedere dal mini report, e andiamo a verificare quanti sono i riferimenti che l'oggetto foo3 ha. Sono 2. Uno è l'istanza F3 che istanzia giustamente la classe foo F3. L'altro riferimento è il fatto che è stato passato come parametro di ingresso della funzione addObserve e appeso alla lista stessa. Quindi se noi andassimo a rimuovere il riferimento dell'istanza F3 verso l'oggetto foo F3, semplicemente facendolo puntare a none o un altro oggetto o facendo la delete, l'oggetto foo F3 non verrà delocato dall'applicativo perché ha ancora questo riferimento vivo, e essendo in questo caso main globale verrà deallocata la sua memoria soltanto all'uscita dell'applicativo stesso. Un modo per evitare questo è, come possiamo vedere qui nella slide, utilizzare i weak ref. Come possiamo vedere, ref count è sceso di una unità, quindi non è stato creato quel legame forte tra foo F3 e main in questo caso. Infatti, avendo un ref count soltanto di 1, ovviamente perché un più 1 era del get ref count, nel momento che andremo a rimuovere il legame F3 facendolo puntare a none, il garbage collector andrà a utilizzare direttamente il reference count per poter eliminare in maniera immediata F3, liberando subito la memoria. Come potete vedere dalla slide, il side effect di questo è che dobbiamo verificare che questo legame debole esista ancora, e lo facciamo con la sintassi scritta in slide. Per concludere, la domanda che ci ha spinto a me e Francesco, che non c'è ma lo salutiamo uguale, per fare questo talk è stata: si può ottimizzare la memoria in Python? La risposta è stata sì. Per ottimizzare la memoria però dobbiamo essere guidati da delle metriche che ci deve dire che sono la nostra rotta, e non dobbiamo mai dimenticarci di farla, ma dobbiamo ricordarci soprattutto che dobbiamo creare una strategia incrementale con un bilanciamento tra costo computazionale, operazioni di I/O, occupazione di memoria e soprattutto, dal mio punto di vista, leggibilità del codice, che è il tassello fondamentale, non mi stancherò mai di dirlo se ci riesco, della mantenibilità e della scalabilità del codice stesso. Finito.
Wow.
Innanzitutto grazie mille e complimenti per l'esposizione.
Grazie a tutti loro che hanno avuto la pazienza di stare qui.
Ci sono un paio di domande. Vi ricordo, per fare domande, link al dettaglio dell'evento sul sito, e poi da lì si può accedere a Slido. Allora, la prima domanda è, le proprietà con slots possono essere modificate? Se ho una lista in slot, posso appendere elementi?
Non possono essere modificate le slot, però puoi passare come valore nella lista degli slot accettati under dict, che quindi ti permetterà di aggiungere oggetti a runtime alla classe stessa. Quali siano i vantaggi? Non lo so, non l'ho provati.
Ok, perfetto. Un'altra domanda, domanda per l'IP e lo stack di memoria. Ma quindi ogni oggetto sotto un mega di allocazione ha comunque un mega allocato?
Sotto un 512 byte di allocazione non ha un mega allocato, ma il garbage collector allocherà sempre un mega per sistemi a 64 bit e 256 per i sistemi K per i sistemi a 32 bit e creerà dei pool di blocchi variabili da 8 a 512 byte appunto, e userà questi pool per inserire oggetti, quindi non è che occupa sempre un mega, hai un mega occupato di default, che dopo lui utilizza in maniera intelligente.
Ok. Un'altra domanda, come cambia il consumo di memoria tra le data class e le named tuple?
Dovremmo utilizzare il nostro context manager, misurarlo e poi vedremo le risposte.
Ci sta.
Semplicemente. È per dire che non lo so.
Ok. Che cosa vi ha spinto a ottimizzare così tanto il codice? Avete fatto monitoraggio, cose di questo tipo?
Abbiamo fatto un po' di monitoraggio, ma soprattutto volevamo capire se era possibile farlo e vedere di poter scalare meglio l'applicazione.
Ok. Ci sono altre domande, ragazzi? Perché... ok.
La mia domanda è, dato che avete analizzato tutte queste questioni, quanto spesso vengono usate queste ottimizzazioni che non so, in grossi framework piuttosto che in...
Per dire, in grossi framework, in Django, i generator e i iterator vengono utilizzati continuamente, soprattutto quando devi accedere ai dati di un query set. Con un punto iterator alla fine va a crearti il generator e andrà a accedere ai dati solo in quel momento, invece che caricarti tutto gli stati di memoria. Quello in quel caso viene utilizzato. Di slot così non ti so dire in quanti framework, ma ogni tanto io l'ho usato.
Anche Weakref, io non ho mai visto.
Sì, direi che è molto comodo da questo punto di vista. Soprattutto dopo dipende se il tuo problema è gestire le quantità di memoria, ridurre la quantità di memoria. Questa è la tua metrica che te lo può dire. Se la tua metrica ti dice ok, hai memoria infinita, l'importante è che stai sotto il millisecondo, vai a aggredire i tempi di esecuzione.
Ok, grazie.
Prego.
Un'altra domanda. Avete fatto un context manager per monitorare la memoria da una dashboard?
No. Questa è stata la nostra dashboard per questo context manager.
Non ci sono altre domande su Slido? C'è qualcun altro che vuole fare una domanda? Abbiamo ancora un minutino. Certo.
Magari come consiglio anche quello di utilizzare tipi di dati che ci sono già, ad esempio se tu hai una lista di interi, no? Con una certa dimensione, utilizza il tipo array, che è compatto e estremamente veloce, oppure ad esempio utilizzare le tuple anziché le liste. Questa è un'altra cosa, perché con le tuple è diversa l'allocazione di memoria. Con la lista hai sempre una doppia allocazione di memoria, c'hai l'oggetto lista e il puntatore alla memoria della lista.
Sì, infatti utilizzare gli oggetti corretti, perché il memory manager utilizzare gli allocatori dedicati che sono alcuni più performanti di altri in base alle casistiche. Grazie del consiglio.
Solo questo.
Ok, se non c'è altro, niente.
Posso
ancora
fuggire?
complimenti e puoi scappare.
Grazie a tutti.
Allora, il prossimo talk sarà di Andril Soldatenko, Debugging Python Applications Inside Kubernetes Environment. consider that there is I thought it was this. Yes, is this yours?
111.
Okay, we can start. Here is Andriy Soldatenko with his talk Debugging Python Applications Inside Kubernetes Environment.
Hello, thanks for coming to my talk. My name is Andriy Soldatenko. I am software engineer originally from Ukraine, but currently living in Austria, in Vienna. I'm working at Dynatrace as a software engineer and also as a tech evangelist. I'm a big fan of CrossFit and different gymnastics. By the way, it's my third PyCon Italy as a speaker. And yeah, let's start. So today we will talk about a lot of debugging stuff. Everyone knows that debugging is twice as hard as writing programs in the first place. So if you're clever as you wrote it, how will you even debug it? So the history of debugging is very interesting. Engineers and programmers have long used of term bug in their systems, and if it's something crept into flawlessness of program that caused effects that no one could explain, and from psychological standpoint, it's easier to blame some bug rather than take responsibility and say that we made the bugs and they are ours to fix. Having said that, there has been one recorded instance, which I show on previous slide, where a real bug has crept into a system, and that's why since September 9, 1947, it's placed in the Museum of American History. But let's discuss a little bit development. The development of cloud-native applications, which is nowadays very popular, is hard, and it requires actual understanding of logic and acting on this understanding. And usually I call it my 8 stages of debugging, inspired by Reddit thread, but I slightly extend it. So my first stage is that can't happen, of course. My next stage, when I work on something, okay, that does not happen on my machine, it works, but does not work on production. The third stage is should not happen. And of course, next stage is why does it happen? And next step, usually you sit and like, oh, I see, I know what's the problem. I think I can fix it. And the next one, how did that even work ever? It should not work. And the few stages, my personal, I love it. Who wrote this shit? Who did it? And of course, when I do git blame, oh wait, that was me. So there are many different books and official documentation about how to, I don't know, write programs. But there is no books how to debug the program, especially in cloud environment like Kubernetes or even just using Docker. So I have a question to you. How can I debug my Python program? Please raise a hand and tell me your variants. Okay. More? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we are prints. So first, easy peasy, just add a print everywhere and you're done. You did your debugging. So you see everything. So someone, I think, just told about logs. Same with logs, like more mature, but same stuff. Add logs, read logs, and you are done. Any other variants? Sorry? Nice. Which one? Oh, yeah. Nice one, but it's just a Python. What do you usually do? Yeah, go ahead. No. Nice catch, but no. Okay. Just a REPL. So run Python, and that's it. So you can Python -i your script, and it will execute your script, and then it will run a REPL. So what is REPL? It just read, eval, and execute. And then you can just print function, whatever, variables, even change something, because we use interpreter. It's very easy. So, okay, and last one, my favorite one. Yeah. Yeah, it's same like debuggers. Any other ideas? Before debuggers. So after logs, but before debuggers. We have one more option. Okay, I will give you a beer if you can say my variant. Okay, wine. We are in Italy. A pizza, free pizza. Okay. My favorite one is duck debugging. So this is a great technique to revisit your observation and explain the problem to someone else. So, and someone else can be, it's not important who it is. So it can be just a rubber duck or whatever. This works because teaching someone else force you to take different perspective of the problem and help to resolve like the inconsistency between your assuming and what actually it's doing. So since that someone else can be totally passive, usually people using small duck, and you can talk with a duck. Okay, more seriously, of course, we will talk more about debuggers. So when you don't know what to do, you can use debugger, but breakpoint. It's nice that you know all basics, so I should not discuss it. But before we go to debuggers, I just would like you to show you some. Nowadays we have many languages and many editors. So adding a debugger to new language or to new IDE is like not very easy, and it requires significant effort. But it's also frustrating when you switch between languages and you have different editors and you have to play with all this zoo. So that's why there's idea behind the debug adapter protocol, which like abstract debugging support of tools between debuggers and runtimes. And so we know that current debuggers will never support DAP. So that's why like people wrote this adapter which try to communicate between editors and debuggers. So we will use this technique a little bit later. That's why I discuss it. So this is like Python debuggers officially in wiki page. There are many. They're mostly CLI. Some of them has UI, and they all does not support this protocol, unfortunately, which means we can't do some fancy stuff. But now let's discuss how you can debug on dev machine or dev environment. So assuming you have a fast API or whatever application which has an endpoint, and what you can do, as many of us just mentioned, you can put a breakpoint or just type it using standard PDB debugger, or you can use whatever package you like which do the same, or using visual tool like PyCharm and put breakpoint, or VS Code and also put a breakpoint. And it's very easy, right? You will run it. If it's CLI tool, it will open REPL session kind of. It will show you the line where is a breakpoint. You can, if you know like GDB or other debuggers, you can just do quickly next. type next, or just using shortcuts like L or N or whatever. And that's it. So you can debug any program. But my talk not about it. Nowadays on production we have like a Docker file which installs many things. It has multi-stage, so it has different stages. One stage build, then another stage like a production copy stuff, and it runs UVcorn, for example, if it's a web server, or it's run a Python directly. And now the question, okay, you build it, you own it, but okay, how I can debug it? And next step, of course, we have a Kubernetes. How many of you using Kubernetes on your daily? Yeah, so it's my audience. Nice. Yeah, we have a Kubernetes. We can't just easily put a breakpoint and like say, I want to debug something. And probably we need to go deeper, right? So let's define a problem. So the problem is, yeah, you have a cluster. I simplified the problem as much as I can. So, and Kubernetes has a pod, for example, which is a minor deployment unit of computing that can create and manage Kubernetes. And under the hood, pod has containers, and container has a Python app or many other apps, maybe different containers. And then it's your application, and you know it has a bug. Locally, you can't reproduce it. So that's, if you can reproduce it locally, you don't need it. But if you can't, here's the question. How to debug this containerized application? And here's the answer. Remote debugging. It's useful when the process is not associated for the controlling terminal or like running on a different host. So PDB cannot connect to it. So we will do a trick. We will run debugger in like a server mode, and we will try to connect from debugger client mode to this container. Yeah, unfortunately, there's something with monitors. I can't show you demo, but I have copied of demo in slides. So, assuming you have a VS Code and you would like to do this trick, so first you need to change your configuration, and the important stuff is we have to attach to the something. So we are not trying to debug what we are running locally. We are saying to VS Code that we will connect to local host and port where debugger is running. Second step, we have to adjust our Docker file. By default, of course, Python does not support it, so there is a debug.py Python package, which, remember I told you about adapter for debuggers? So this is implementation of this adapter protocol. So it will wrap your application, and it will add like wait for client, and also it will expose a port, and then you can use your running UVcorn blah 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 for your application, and then that's it. You build a container, you run it locally. Yeah, if we have a time after talk, I will show you the demo how it works, but you run it, and next step, you just open your VS Code. There is a button, run and debug. You click it, and it will ask you host and port, where your debugger is running, and that's it. You can connect, and you can debug your application inside running Docker container on your local machine, for example. And yeah, so supposed to be a demo. Okay, you can say, if I don't have VS Code or I don't like visual debuggers, like I prefer to avoid them, there are few clones of PDB which support this trick. So you can install PDB clone. It's like a fork, which unfortunately does not work with 3.12 as of now, but I think they will fix it. It's mostly same debugger, but it has set trace remote like method, which you have to expose a port and host, and it will do the same. You run your application inside the Docker, and then you can just using telnet and connect to it. And from telnet session, you can just use same PDB commands as you did before, but like debugging something which is running remotely. And yeah, so here I'm showing you the demo. So you can connect and you can just next, 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 find the line, print variables, whatever you need. Another one, I would say a little bit more advanced, is PUDB, which is like same as fork, but has slightly different UI, I would say. So you just set trace, so like put a breakpoint somewhere, and also you have to configure term size, host port, blah, blah, blah. And then you can again connect through telnet and debug it. To term size, you configure which size of the client will be. I will show you on next one. Yeah, here you can connect. So I run it, and as you can see, I connect using telnet or whatever. And it's like a old school UI if you don't like it, but it's like this. So you can just use breakpoints and debug your program. The benefit, you can do it also inside a container. So you can run one container with your app, another one with your debugger. And if you don't have UI on a machine where you try to debug something, it's a very good way of doing. So you will see it inside terminal. And of course you can whatever print variable name, go back next, step into functions, etc. Okay, so we just learned some basic tricks with containers, and but with Kubernetes, of course, it can be hard if you need to change codes and you need to build image, then you need to push it to registry, then you need to change your Docker file. So another trick is very simple. You can just create a Docker entry point which has extra logic which will run, for example, some debug flags and override your CMD, and then you can use it. So yeah, for example, in Kubernetes world, you will set remote debug port environment variable, and it will change your CMD. So on runtime, you can change it without changing everything. And of course, your final Docker file will be much simpler than before. So you just entry point, and you're done. And yeah, and your manifest will look like this. Yeah, supposed to be another demo. If we have time, I will show you in the very end of the talk these two demos. Yeah, you apply, and as you can see, I just set environment variable for my pod, which signals, okay, override CMD, and now I can connect using VS Code, for example. Okay. Next one is a little bit trickier and unrelated to debuggers itself. Assuming you have you have to debug a pod, but I created a mind map which helps you to find the proper way what's to do next. Sometimes you can't run debugger, so first you can just describe a pod, and depends on your situation, if pod in pending mode or waiting mode or terminating mode, you do different stuff. Yeah. Next one is, okay, we know we have to debug a init container. For someone who is not familiar, Kubernetes has concept of like init containers, which is like supposed to be runs before everything else. Usually you can run migrations in init containers, you can run some checks, and it runs once, and then it will run your main container. So on my screen you see I have a init container, which is somehow not ready, and it's waiting. There is no logs usually for this container, and I don't know what's to do. So the tip is very simple and straightforward. You override command of your init container with sleep, for example, dummy sleep, and then you can connect to this container using exec, kubectl exec, like in just Docker, then you can start doing something inside. And next diagram will help you to understand what's do next, depending on if your container image includes some debugging tools. If yes, easy. You just connect using exec, as I showed, and you're done. If no, it's a tricky one. Again, nowadays, cloud platform, cloud native applications, and all these security requirements gives us very strict rules. For example, you can run application in without shell. So you can't exec into it because it doesn't have a shell. So just run one process, no shell, nothing, no tools. For this case, you have two scenarios. One is using copy of pod. So you can just copy one pod and share processes, or you can run ephemeral debug container. What it is, it's very useful for like interactive troubleshooting, of course. And I don't know, when image does not includes debugging utilities, such as distro-less images. An important note, not every container runtime supports it, but you can do this trick. So you run debug, and as you can see, I share processes. So in this container, I see my Python application running in another container as another process. But here I can introspect what it does, maybe no permissions, maybe other issues. So it's network problems, etc. So it's not always Python problem. It may be something related to Kubernetes or whatever. And using copy is same as previous one, but instead of using like same container, it will copy, and you can override image. For example, I have my own image, and I can share processes, and my image now includes shell. Then I can do this. In the end, I can use shell, and it looks like this. So you can see my sample app is still running 40 minutes already, but my debug container exactly as previous one, but with some overrides. So I can investigate, maybe file system does not have permissions to read something. We don't have volumes mounted properly, etc., etc. Maybe we need to ping something or check if we have port open for this container. Yeah, last but not least, when you're in this container world, and if you remember, we just build an image and do nothing, we don't know the version. It's important to somehow add a git hash to your image, so when you debug something, you exactly know the version you're trying to debug. Otherwise, you can probably debug something different. So locally, you use, I don't know, main version, and on Kubernetes, you have release version, so you can validate it. So you can add a environment variable git hash, for example, which will include some version details, and yeah, run it. Yeah. Very last but not least, you can also use this great plugin and tool, K9S, which gives you visual like way of seeing what's inside your cluster. And my favorite one is add a plugin. So plugin with adding debug containers, with not repeat myself with this typing, share processes, blah, blah, blah. So you can just hit Ctrl-H and it will do it for you. Yeah, short summary, and I will try to give you a demo. Debugger does not fix your bugs. It just runs them in slow motion. Don't forget to add some details to your application inside Docker images. Of course, you have to scale down your traffic to one instance to avoid misses of request of your pod. What does it mean? If you usually you run like 5 copies of your app on production, or like whatever 100, and if you run all of them and try to debug all of them, you don't know on which pod Kubernetes will route your request. So scale down it as much as you can so you know what you're doing. And use debuggers as much as possible. From my personal experience, many people are still using prints, logs, whatever, and it's very slowed down. So if you're using debugger, you can very quickly identify the problem rather than just trying to guess what's wrong. And yeah, automate everything with hotkeys, just to don't repeat yourself. And as a future reading, I'm suggesting to you, so I have just mostly my repos, but first one is a version of debug container which you can fork or create your own. So it includes all my tools which I need, and it has a pipeline which deploy it to registry, so it's public, and the name is short. Second one and third one is all samples and examples from the slides, all Docker files. You can use them locally to learn how it works for Python and Golang. Yeah, I have a slide with questions, but before questions, let me try quickly to demo. I hope we have.
You can use the website in the detail of this talk. There is a link to Slido.
Okay. Let's see if it works. First, do you see my screen? Nice. Can be tough to type it in one hand, but I will try. So, first demo, remember, we did. So I run a container which has some app, fast API, and you see my screen? Nice. So it has like dummy model, fast API. Now this is a button. So because I have a config, it just connect to my app. Let's check. You see, debugger is waiting. The app is started. So if I click to the app, because I have a breakpoint, it will stop here. And it's interesting. Where is the console? But never mind. And you can see some variables. So it's normal debugging session. And you see my browser is waiting. So if I continue, it shows me dummy message. Easy. So this one is, we learn it. So demo one, run just this example, which I showed you from the repo. You can explore it on your own. I think this one. Yeah, this one. So it was, we just have a container, we override, so we can debug with VS Code inside container. Of course, we can do same with PUDB, but it's maybe too much, so for now. But you can do the same with Telnet. Okay, more interesting one. I will show you. Oh, nice, it works. So I will show you what I have. I have Kubernetes cluster running locally with my app. So I deploy it. And I will run second demo. What it does, it creates a namespace. It deploys an app. I did it before, so will not waste your time. What it does, also, it runs port forward because we run our container inside cluster and it does not have any services, nothing, so it's a local port. It also has, remember, environment variable which expose debugger port. So if I remove this, it will turn your app in normal mode. Okay, so we are good. And now what we can do, we again, same app, we connect using same, so it's same local host and port because I port forward Kubernetes port to my local host and port, so it's same. And same for application, I did same. And now we do a trick inside Kubernetes, and to prove it, we go to the cluster, we check logs, we see that debugger is running, app is waiting, so it's previous one, and we can click continue. It shows us same messages because it's same app. And in logs we see new record. It's hard to see because the time is, there is no timing, but it's working. And yeah, that's a demo. So, and of course if we stop it and we go to VS Code and try to connect again, it will say, oh, nothing is running. So it's not a fake demo, just in case. But, yes. But you have a repo, so you can just go to the repo. I will share it, and you can use it. So you have a bunch of examples, so you can understand it with different tools. Not only, but VS Code seems the most easy and familiar for many, so I did it. I'm not using personally VS Code, so just if I did something wrong, let me know. Okay, questions? Stop mirroring. No questions? Yeah, I don't see you. Go ahead. Yeah, do you need a microphone?
I try to not yell because I present on Saturday, so I still need my voice. So yeah, I stand up to be more polite. So Aaron Prohachenko here. So I may have built my question on the basis of the wrong assumption. So I stepped down from being an active Python developer like 4 years ago. So this module, like you called it PyDB, or how was it? This one is not familiar for me, but my assumption is that once you stop the application for the debugging, it cannot accept other requests, right?
Yes, it will not.
So in real life clusters, you usually have health probes, readiness probes, and then you have some kind of load balancer to not expose the bare nodes to even to the developers. And how would then this approach work if the application would be killed immediately, well, almost immediately, as soon as it stops responding to the liveness and readiness probes?
It will not. No, it will not stop. So I will show you a demo one more time. It will not stop. This is a nice thing about this approach. So if you remove a breakpoint. Oh, nice. No trust. I don't trust myself. Where is these settings? So it should be mirror, right? You see it now? Okay. So the plus of this approach that you can run and debug it, right? So I just connect it. You see, I connect it. I run this demo. And now I go to the, assuming your Kubernetes scheduler, schedule a pod, and try to health check. So if you release this button, it's just disconnect. If you release it, your app is working, so it can handle requests. You see?
While I debug it, it will not respond to line of code, right? So
It will if you set a breakpoint to the inside the road with a health probe, it will not. If you set for another road, so if you want to debug health probe, it can be tricky. But again, Kubernetes will wait. You can configure thresholds in your manifest and say like whatever 5 minutes, an interval 1 minute, and you can try to catch it between 5 minutes. Sometimes it's enough. So, yeah, I hope I answered your question. Any other questions?
Okay, there are some questions on Slido. Do you suggest running debuggers in Kubernetes all the time or create containers on demand with debugger enabled? How about security aspect?
It's totally unsecure. I mean, it's not a production work. So
Okay.
it's just for... So I'm not debugging this. I mean, it's not a production cluster, right? First of all. So we debug, but sometimes your app requires interaction with Kubernetes, or it has a bug when you run in Kubernetes. So you have a dev or staging or local cluster, and you like have all dev tools inside image, but you're not debugging production. I mean, in Python it can be very tricky. In other languages it can be a little bit easier because you can put a binary, add a little bit more permissions, and you can even debug on production without breaking security rules, because you will undo it after you finish debugging session.
Okay, another one. When debugging remotely through VS Code, do you need to have the same code locally, or does it get the code from the server?
This is a very good question, because it does not get a code from the server, but it used local code, if I'm not mistaken. So when you see this, it's a very tricky one. When you see this, it's a local code, and it will you set breakpoints in the local code. But if you run different code in container, if I'm not mistaken, it will not work. It will just skip your breakpoint or something. Because usually how debugger works, it just knows the line number and some metadata. If line numbers is amiss, because debugger does not understand semantic or whatever, so it just need a line. So it should be same. That's why I showed you, make sure that git hash inside your Docker image, so you can easily compare it using like just by typing like something like it. At least in my machine it works, because it's an ls. So you see, okay, my local commit and my image are the same, we are good.
Okay, thanks for the explanation and the great questions too. Another question. In your examples, you started the program with the debugger. Do you have a strategy to connect it to an already running Python program?
Yeah, you have, it's a little bit another topic, but VS Code with this debug plugin I show you, which supports this DAP, has a feature to attach to running PID. So if app is already running, you can also attach to it. I don't have example here, but it's possible. It's not possible with every debugger. Some debuggers, from my slides, they support it, some not. So for example, PDB doesn't support it, so you can't attach. So that's a very good question as well.
Perfect. Why all quotes about debugging are anonymous?
Sorry?
Why all quotes about debugging are anonymous?
It's a very good question, because I don't know the answer. And no one knows. If you know, I will add. Maybe it's you, an author, and just like very shy.
Okay. There are no other questions on Slido. Other questions here? We have 10 minutes.
Okay, but you can catch me after, so we can discuss it.
Okay.
Okay. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. to introduce Anton Casares. This is the 5th participation at PyCon Italy. And I remember you that you can do some question going on the detail on our website. And there is a button to access to Slido and do question and answers. Thank you and enjoy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is indeed my 5th time, maybe 6th time, I'm not sure. I was here, I think, 2016 the first time. There was really like an addiction back then to travel, and then there was COVID, and then somehow it got out of the common routine for me to attend conferences, but this one is a special one. So things changed. I got some white hair here, so I have a solution to, still you look young and cool, but some things don't change, and that is the vibe of this conference. This is just way too good, way too amazing to miss. So very good to see everybody here again in Florence after so many years. So that's unfortunately generated by Midjourney. I've never been that cool, but these are the facts about me. I live in Munich, Germany. I organize an event there. I made PyCon Germany in 2016. I made PyCon Web. Some of you have been there. I saw the faces in 17 and 18, and then COVID killed it. And I'm running an agency. The agency is called Tech5. It's not really a proper agency. It's more like a bunch of friends working together and having no business plan whatsoever. But I mean, as long as we do good stuff, people continue ordering. So that's a business idea. Now, going back to the topic, we are speaking about async.io together. This is such a trendy topic for the last 5 years or so, I think. When I prepared the presentation, I looked on YouTube videos of PyCon US, EuroPython, not to repeat myself too much, but it's impossible because all of these things are covered by so many great speakers. So I had to rework my plan a little bit, and it's also difficult to adjust to different level of expertise of the big crowd. The bigger it is, the harder it is. So if I'm getting too much in details or too much on the surface, I hope I will correct this on the fly. I have plan A and plan B for this, but I still try to make this more interactive. We will have some general overview, as well as we will have some codes, and we will hopefully understand it together and look for problems and see how that can be addressed. So what is the revised plan for this talk? We have just 25 minutes. It's not much. In these 25 minutes, I'm going to squeeze the coordination of concurrency. These are the basic things. I'm talking from experience, especially because of working with my clients in Germany. There are good developers working for the clients. Sometimes they just never reach to that point of documentation where simple things to coordinate concurrency in async.io can be done in native async.io tools. Sometimes you just never got to know that. And once you see it one time, this is enough. This talk is enough. You see it one time, you will hopefully use it. Half of you already use it probably, but a half not, so I guess it's worth another recap. Now, next topic is a more painful one. It's error handling. And nobody really knows how to do it right. So this is a subjective matter, and I will show things not to do and things that do work for me most of the times. And finally, a couple of words about debugging. Debugging is a whole new topic. I think there was a previous speaker, Andriy Soldatenko. He made 2 years ago a really good talk about debugging. You can look it up online and just watch it if you want more details. I'll give you just a little glimpse on that. Good, let's start. The first on the list is concurrency coordination. So our programs grow more complex, and with multiple asynchronous tasks, it becomes difficult to manage how these tasks interact, especially when they do have access to the common resources. Of course, the most common one would be a database, and they need to operate in a specific order accessing that resource. These tools are also called synchronization primitives, more scientific way to call it. And I'm speaking about this logs, event, conditions, and semaphores. There are more, but out of this scope. So we will discuss how these tools help to maintain data integrity and how to keep the order of execution of concurrent tasks. This is essential because the bigger and more complicated our application gets, the more you see chaos by not structuring it properly. The first on the list is logs, and I'm sure most of you know what is logs, so I will not go in details about the theory. However, there is async.io lock. And not everybody knows that. It's just like that, async.io.lock. Look at this code. I think it's self-explanatory, but I will still go over it. This context manager async with lock, this is a really simple way to ensure that the statement of that block is only accessed by one coroutine at a time. So you need to make sure a piece of code is not executed in parallel, like under no circumstances. Access to common resource, cache update, database update, whatsoever. Just this line on top, async with lock, does the job. Next, events. So this is for coordinating coroutines with signaling, and the use case is when we need to notify one or more coroutines of a specific condition or the event that has occurred. So they act kind of like a signaling mechanism that allows coroutines to wait for certain activities to be completed before further processing. So how events work, let's see. So event object maintains an internal flag which can be set to true with this set method that we see over here. And as you can guess, the wait method makes us wait for something to be set. So once the event is set, all coroutines waiting for it are awakened simultaneously. This is also a very practical thing to have when we need a simple blocking. So getter, one piece of the software is waiting, another piece of the software runs set, and the flow is resumed. So this is a really very, very basic way to ensure the correct order of execution of your coroutines. Now going a bit more deep into async.io conditions. So it's the same, but they wait for specific conditions to be met. I'll show you the code now, and the condition object combines the functionality of what I previously showed you, the lock and the event. It has methods like you see here, wait for coroutines to pause until the condition is notified, and you have methods like notify and notify all to wake coroutines that are awaiting. So conditions also support ownership management through a lock that can be used to synchronize access to shared resources. Let's look at the code. So it is using context manager similar to the locking mechanism, as you see on the top. Consumer makes async with condition. Then condition wait is something similar to the event that I showed, but now it's like combined in one thing. And the second function, asynchronous function, is a producer that is making explicit notification in the last line over here to wake up all consumers waiting for this condition. That's like 101 about this mechanisms. How can you control your flow really easy? I will repeat, it's locking, it's events, and it's conditions. Really simple stuff. Mark it, note it somehow. If you didn't use it, this is the simplest way to ensure that your coroutines are made in the correct order. Now we rush to the next topic, error handling. This is a painful one because every experience here is made with kind of a blood or a client blood or your face in blood after some failure. For this, we want to have a better metaphor. Typically in Italy, they use cooking as a good metaphor for running asynchronous tasks. Like you cook in the kitchen, you do many things at the same time, you switch from one task to another. This is a typical one, it's boring. So I propose airport baggage claim mechanism. Has concurrency in operations because just like async tasks in programming where multiple functions run concurrently, baggage system processes multiple bags simultaneously. So arrival and distribution of the bags on the carousel are handled efficiently without waiting for the individual processes to complete. Then it's event driven, obviously, because when the flight arrives, like you put the luggage on the belt, it's non-blocking, and exceptions do happen because we all have lost our luggage. Let's see about the naive approach. How would like a person just reading a tutorial of async.io implement it? So what do we have? We instantiate a queue object, we get an IO loop, and then we create a task to put something on the belt on the airport, and then we create a task to get things from the belt. Let's assume these are independent coroutines that just run in the background. One part is putting things on the belt, another part is taking things from the belt. Then we run an endless loop that runs forever, and yeah, finally, of course, some baggage has to be lost, so we are losing it and closing the loop. What's wrong here? There is absolutely no error handling. There is absolutely no error handling, and I will show you the first iteration. What I usually see is something like except block there with keyboard interrupt. That is when the software is stopped. What is the problem of catching keyboard interrupts? Anybody? Yeah, half of you know that. Tell me, what's the problem with catching keyboard interrupt exception? Okay, then I just say it. This only happens when you debug. So when you run the code, so many people write catching the exception, meaning when the software was killed. That's not the case, of course. So you have many types of signals. You need to catch those signals explicitly. If you just catch keyboard interrupt, this is when the user hits Ctrl-C running it in the terminal. It won't catch any other errors that usually would occur, like when the server is crashing, it's killed by this operating system or anything else. So yeah, only useful for development. We need to actually catch sigint, sigterm, and sigup. Let's go to the next iteration. Over here, what is another problem? This is the same code that I just showed you, that if we just put all of our exception handling in this try except block, we would never catch things that happen outside. And in this case, like it is often the case that exception will happen in the very beginning. Like when you just launch your program and I don't know, there is not enough of some resource or like some related module is crashing, then it will even crash much before it runs in the try except block. In this case, like on top, highly likely somewhere on top, well, doing the imports or initiating the queue or an event loop, an exception would happen and you will not catch it. Also, in the except block itself, obviously this is like basic Python, exceptions can happen as well. So for production environments, we need to make sure that we handle these correctly. Next, I mentioned that we need to catch the operating system signals correctly, and this is like a very, very basic way to do that. As I mentioned, we catch signals sigterm, sigint, and sighop. This is a simple loop that goes over every signal and adds a handler for that. So I say here that the handler is this shutdown function, which I'll show you in a moment. The main is more or less the same, and then we run this thing, and this time we do not even need the try except block if we only want to catch the case when this thing is killed. Why am I always like speaking if this thing is gonna be killed? If anybody has this production experience, this is a problem with async.io, that it runs many things in the background, not just one thing. Debugging and error handling in sequential software is easy. Like you see in traceback exactly where it crashed. Whereas in async.io, you do not see it. It crashes in many times at the same time, and you have no idea how to handle that. If you do not do error handling explicitly, things will just be frozen the way they were. Imagine there are many things writing to some resources. You do not know if each of them could be completed or not unless you explicitly say what to do in case this thing gets terminated. This is why I have so much focus on this, because it's a source of pain. And the bigger your application is, the more things are scheduled in the I/O loop, the more tasks run, and the more difficult it is to track what is out there and how to handle the case when it's going to be killed in a second. And here is a shutdown handler that I promised you. This is a very basic way to ensure that something is done before the thing goes killed. So in this example, I just use the I/O loop to access all of the tasks that are running in this I/O loop, as you see over here. And I simply cancel every task. Well, this is assuming that task itself understands how it should be canceled, of course. So async.io gather just make sure that all of these is handled before going to the next line. And don't forget, it's also not a case for development, but a big important thing for production, that even if you handled all of the exceptions themselves, you need to somehow log them. And this is often overseen. Like we see, again, from the sequential programming, that the main exception itself will be always logged somewhere in the console. In async.io, it's not the case. You will lose it. So you need to send, like now we also have a big topic of observability. We have our different metrics that are like batched before they are sent. So we need to make sure that we flush all of the metrics that we collected to our whatever we use, Sentry or any bigger observability platform before the thing dies. So this logging info at the end, this is also something often forgotten, because if we do not do this, we will not see what has actually happened when we will do a post-mortem and researching the crash. I'm stopping the loop here explicitly, but I will show you this is not really needed. Now, this is how the main function would look after all of these changes. What is redundant here in this example? I'll just make, yeah? Correct. This is one thing. There are actually, yeah, a couple of things. So correct, the keyboard interrupt is redundant because we are already handling signals on the top. So one thing that is not needed is keyboard interrupt. Another one, the hint is here. If I run it like this, async.io run main. What does async.io run do? This is also often overseen because as async.io was being developed, we got more like shortcuts and the commodity features that not many would actually read about. What do they do? So then I will just jump straight to the answers. So async.io run handles a lot of stuff for us. It will always take the default IO loop, default currently running IO loop, and I bet nobody has, like unless we are in some debugging session, on production we would always have just one IO loop. So it takes this default IO loop and it is doing everything to manage it. So it starts it, it's ending it, it's starting it and it's closing it. So there is no need to do loop in the second line from top. Oh, I should have added line numbers, sorry. So get event loop is not needed because async.io run does it for us. In every piece of software that is doing anything here with a IO loop, something like create task, we do it here on the loop. We do not need to. I'll show you in a sec. So yeah, this is one redundant thing, second redundant thing, and third redundant thing. And if we jump to the right, async.io create task. This is a much more explicit and straightforward way to schedule these tasks, because it will take the IO loop itself and it will just put tasks on that one. And to make sure async.io itself is managing the default loop, async.io run. It will start it, it will add tasks to it, and it will close it. Let's go over this block again. So what do? We still need to create a queue, and I think we do not need to really say what is a queue. This is a very basic construct in async.io. So we initiate the queue on the top, then we are handling the problems with application being killed. Then we create two tasks, putting things on the belt and getting things from the belt, using async.io create task instead of loop. And we're doing this await async.io event.wait. This we do instead of the endless loop. Endless loop here is not required. This will ensure that async.io itself will manage to keep the loop running as long as there are things to do. This is a normal error handling, therefore I'm catching just regular exception. This is not to handle things like keyboard interrupt. This is just to catch real proper exceptions that can happen in our code. And then, yeah, finally, we always have at the end flushing the metrics, cleaning up the things. Here on the left side, I have a code for the shutdown that you partially have seen already. It's pretty much the same thing. We are not passing a loop explicitly there, but we do need to get it. So I do async.io get running loop, because we then need to see which tasks run on that loop, where we are canceling all the tasks. So we do need explicit access to the IO loop here. Our final session, final piece of this session is about the debugging. What's the problem with debugging async.io? This really changed over time. When async.io was started, even before async.io, who used Tornado just out of the curiosity? Beautiful. This was such a mess. Like when we used exceptions to propagate data, like before async await syntax using just generators. This was code like this. Now it's much easier, yet we still are in the same problem with imagining the workflow of our application. When we debug a sequential code, we just use debugger, PDB, any really breakpoints tool like breakpoints in PyCharm. It is not possible, it's not as easy, I would say, not impossible, but not as easy with async.io. Depending on the Python version you're using, you have worse or better support of default debugger in Python. If you use recent versions, and these are, I would say, 3.9 plus, you can use breakpoint normally. This is okay. It will also support the await keyword and everything. Then, some of you do not know that there is a debug mode in async.io, and this is, there are many ways to run it. The one I have here is async.io.run with debug true. Another one is just environment variables. And it is also possible to debug it in Jupyter Notebook. I will not show it here. There are, as I say, better presentations to see debug in details. I will give you the overview. And then there are more tools how to do it. There are just two tools that I want to tell you about today. One is IO console. So it has asynchronous, I will not read this. So it can do input and exec and some more things for you, but the asynchronous equivalents of that, reminding you input. This is like very basic input from the console. It is a blocking synchronous operations. So it is strange that this was not available with async.io itself, but with IO console it is available. You can get user inputs asynchronously. And it has an interactive loop running the synchronous Python console. And you have stream support to serve interfaces instead of using standard streams. Look it up online. It will give you more details. IO console, it's like a high-level tool for debugging. Then the final tool that I want to share with you is IO monitor. Or in the recent Python versions, it's not actively developed, so the alternative is IO Monitor NG, like next generation. It has support for 3.10 plus, I think. So this module just adds a monitor and CLI capabilities for async.io applications. The task monitor runs concurrently on to the async.io loop, so not in the same IO loop. Therefore, if you block your loop of your applications, then it will still work. It works in a separate thread, so yeah. This is a screenshot how it looks like and what is the difference. As you guess from the name, IO monitor, it's not just for debugging, it's also for monitoring. Like one of the typical situations you find yourself in while debugging async.io code is you do not know which tasks are executed right now. If you run normal Python debugger, you won't see that. You will see it if you run async.io in the debug mode. It will print you, or you have to explicitly ask for it. It will also print you like all of the tasks that are executing for longer than n milliseconds. That would be usually what you're looking for, like the things that are overseen in the asynchronous code. That's it. You can also run your tasks here, of course, so use it like a normal debugger. And yeah, you need to make sure you are using the right version of this monitor if you're on recent Python versions. So I think we are perfectly in time, are we?
1 minute.
1 minute. I could sing karaoke, but I'm really bad in it. So I guess then we have 1 more minute for Q&A. I say thank you here.
1 minute for the Q&A.
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, thank you very much and great talk.
Thanks.
Okay. These questions. Sometimes when using get event loop to run an async function, in a sync function, I get the exception no event loop, and sometimes also in a new event loop.
Sometimes also?
In new event loop.
New
if you
event
want
loop,
to
like
read the... This is the question.
When I run an async function, I get a loop with the
Okay, so we cannot find or create the event loop. Exotic one. The first idea I would have is to try to run it on a different laptop or in the virtual machine. Docker. Okay, so it could be something. It could be something with the Docker environment, because event loops, they are highly dependent on the event loop of the operating system. Something like UV loop or KeyQ or select, depending on the operating system you use. So Async.io supports many of them, and it just relays things. It could be that the problem is below the level of Python. So first thing I would do is I would run a totally different container, or even just run it on another laptop. Could be fixing it, most likely would be fixing it, because all of the things with creating and listing event loops goes to the operating system. So I would look for problems there. I never seen it, to be honest, but try it. I think that could be the key.
Okay, another question. What's the usage difference between event and condition?
Event and condition. Similar, as I mentioned. Let's go back here. So conditions includes events in there. It combines, because the condition does not have the context manager. If you go back to condition, no, events do not have the context manager. So here, event is just over here, await event.wait. So you do not have the whole block that will be locked for execution for just one specific coroutine, whereas the conditions has it. This is the condition, as you see. I think with condition, and the whole part is blocked. So you can think of conditions as of a combination of event and locks. Is a simple answer of that.
Okay, clear.
Yeah, next one.
Error handling sounds like advertisement for sequential programs instead of Async.io. What are the best cases for Async.io, and when it should be avoided?
It's more pleasant to write sequential code. This can be just agreed. I mean, we can make a club of people who can say Async.io is confusing. It's not as confusing as JavaScript, though, and as all that spaghetti mess. So at least that part we have better. So it is confusing, and as we all have trauma debugging this callback style back from Twisted. Anybody used Twisted? Yeah, so then you know what I mean. So it's relatively, so the goal of Async.io, I think, was, and of the whole async await syntax introduced in Python, was to make make asynchronous programming as sequential as it gets. That was the purpose. So we have these magic words that would switch the context and stop the execution when we await something, drop the execution in and out the coroutine and run there and then jump back. This is all for the sake of just having less confusion. It's as close as it gets to sequential style. I think it is good. It works. I mean, well, JavaScript stole it from us, so it should be good if they did it. Yeah, but there is no way around asynchronous programming in things like network events, for example. Like, this is a no-brainer, because some of you remember times of Apache, where every new network request created a new thread, and the machine ran pretty quick out of memory just because opening a thread for every request. Time of very easy DDoS attacks, when you could do that using just your one computer in like student network, crash any server because it runs Apache for sure. So there is no way around asynchronous programming if you are doing anything related to network. As well as, I would now say, now as we have more and more decentralized databases, we need to get one piece of information from one database, like will be relational database, there will be Postgres, there will be some DynamoDB stuff, there will be some blob file somewhere on S3, and we want to run it in parallel. Like, we cannot, network requests are costly. We cannot just do one after another. It will take way too much time without any reason. So we want to make these requests in parallel. If we do it in parallel, we could use threading, or using things like thread pool executor or process pool executor in Python that will make it easier for us. And still, it's too much cost for such a simple operation. So we have asynchronous drivers. We just write sequential code as we used to do, but have a wait in front. And that would basically do that kind of in parallel because we are waiting on the I.O. So it's important to remember async I.O. is still a single-threaded thing. So it is not really in parallel, but because most of the network requests are just idling, waiting for the server to reply, whenever you hit this point where you are waiting for something to reply, it is probably a very good point to use async I.O. That's like in a glance. Yeah.
Okay, just another quick question. Have you ever had to make an existing program compatible with async I.O.? And if so, what would you say is your most common pain point with that effort?
Oh, yeah. When we have an application that is running on async I.O., it's a pain to even use a library that is not compatible with async I.O. Even that by itself is hell. So the easiest thing that you can do, and that's a secret, throw it in thread pool executor. It's automatically asynchronous after that. So it's an easy fix. And then after you do that, step by step, you take more and more things out of the process and make you run it natively. Important things here is if you start refactoring the whole thing, never happens. Like it blocks you forever. So you need to make sure, but this is not really specific to async I.O. It's a general development experience that the code has to be in runnable state all the time. It's way too much effort to port existing projects 100% to async I.O. And even if you think it's 100%, then you will find a piece that is not ported yet. You can go in depth almost indefinitely. Things like a database. We would normally say, if you fetch things from the database asynchronously, it's done. But no, then there is establishing a connection to the database. There is error handling. There is this whole ACID thing, like rollbacks, transaction support. So if you really want to make it 100% asynchronous, it never happens. You will always find a piece of code that is not asynchronous yet. But that's not the point. The point is to port just the most costly operations. That's it. So I would say everything in thread pool executor and the things that are really costing you performance, that you implement step by step.
Okay, thank you very much, Anton. Great talk. Now we have a coffee break, and then there is a panel.
minutes to go. What? 2 minutes to go. Okay. All right. Wait another minute because there's still people coming. I think we're good to go. Hello. Oh, wow. Hello. Welcome, everyone, to this second keynote of the day. A few announcements shortly. We'll be having data beers right after this keynote. So if you're registered already to the event, you don't have to leave the room. They will go and pass you to scan your QR code to check you in. If you're not registered, I'm not sure if there's still room for it, but you can ask the organizers for the data beers if you can join the event. So please stay here. The data beers will happen. I think it will happen exactly in this very room. I was just checking whether it's a false information, but that's true. It's happening here. So everything is going to stay here. Secondly, Pie Drink is happening tonight. If you have your ticket, please join us, and you'll find all the information on the website. All right. So there's still people joining. I just want to say that there's still a few spots available here and there, and in the room. So please come, move forward. You can find other spots. In case there's no room, the Panino room upstairs is the overflow room for if you want to follow this in live streaming. All right, so I'm extremely happy to introduce Daniel, our keynote of today. Daniel is also known as PyDanny, is a leader, developer at Kraken Technology, author, I'm definitely a fan of your 2 scoops of Django, I remember that. And your maintainer of Cookie Cutter Django project. You've been working on Django Crispy Forms, am I right? So,
can you hear me? I haven't worked on that particular project in a few years, but I certainly started it.
Brilliant. And the fun fact, Daniel has been our keynote in this very room 11 years ago for EuroPython 2013. So we're extremely happy to have you here again. Today he's going to be talking about scaling and making an impact from 1 to billions. So please give Daniel a huge round of applause.
Wow. I do have goosebumps. Last time I was here, I was wearing, this is in the era where we were wearing sports jackets, and I had a whole suit, except for I'd left my shoes somewhere, my dress shoes, so I had like these ratty old trainers or sneakers, as we'd say in the US, so I made sure my dress was a little bit more consistent. Before I begin, I want to thank the organizers of this incredible event. This is my third time attending an event run by this team in this hotel, and you guys rock it, so. All right, let's do this. Yeah, hey Italy. It's so good to be here in Florence. I was, just at the coffee break, I don't know what it is about Italian sandwiches. Yeah. I mean, the rest of the foods are fantastic, but something about your sandwiches just get to me. Okay, before I get into the talk, at the end of the talk, I'm gonna try and leave enough time for Q&A. I have a whole bag of these little Kraken things. If you want one, I'm gonna hand whoever wants one at the end. But if I run out, maybe you can get them at the booth, I don't know. But if you absolutely want one, ask me a question at the Q&A stage, and this is your reward. Okay, so what am I gonna talk about? I'm gonna talk about these two things. I'm not gonna read the bullets to you, so let's do this. Okay, so let's go back in time, about 20 years, a little bit more than 20 years ago. I had epic hair, like my coworker here, Lorenzo. I was often people would come up to him and say, "Are you a musician?" It was an epic time of my life. So, good days. So I got an interview. I scheduled an interview at NASA back in 2004, and needless to say, I was super excited, being a space nerd. But there's no way I was gonna go work for NASA. There's no way on this earth that they would hire me. And I don't have a computer science degree. And at that point, I'd only been a software engineer for 7 years. So yeah, it wasn't gonna happen. But I came up with a plan. Since I was doomed to fail, I was gonna treat this like a practice session. And this is a still from Meals on Wheels, which is oh my God, it's 40 years ago. Jackie Chan made this movie. And in it, he's fighting Benny Urquidez, a real professional fighter. And it's clear at the outset of the fight that Jackie can't beat him. So Jackie is like, well, I'm gonna treat this like a practice session. And being a fan of Hong Kong cinema, I was like, I'm gonna treat it like Jackie did. And he won, right? I didn't think I was going to win, but what I was going to do is I was going to, just like Jackie did, I was going to test new approaches to being in an interview. So any kind of typical question that I got, I was going to try new stuff because, hey, you only get to interview at NASA once, and I was doomed to fail, so I might as well relax and have fun and get something out of it besides just stressing out and failing out. So how did it go? So we came to this question in the interview. And we've all had this question, right? What's your biggest weakness? And I promise you, how many people have given an answer like this? Where it's oh, I'm so tied to my work, and if it doesn't work well, then I feel better, so I have to do things. Raise your hands if this is you. So a good number, yeah, the hands are slowly creeping up, or people are hiding this is what they do. But this time, yeah, I said that. Right next to NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. But she followed up with, am I going to explain that? And I did. I said, so let's go over how I answered that question. So what I said is, I can't figure things out, I can't remember things, and I'm too stupid not to ask stupid questions. And let's go over them. So I can't figure things out. So my first resort, whenever I come up to a new problem, is I look for a library to fix it, right? Because I can't figure this stuff out. And argparse. If you've ever tried to do a complicated command in argparse, this is, yeah, I'm getting some people nodding around the room. Okay, so I don't even have to do the raise your hand thing. Yeah, if you really want to, if you can figure this out, great. But for those of us who are mere mortals, we use libraries like Click or my new favorite, which is Typer, which is based off of argparse. And if you, like, I can explain this really fast, which is that each one of these functions, and by the way, this is the same code, or this produces the same result, except for this comes with more like fun features. One command accepts a float and an integer, and the other one provides a string, and then they print a result of some sort. Really straightforward, two different commands from the same script. It's this argparse or Typer. So yeah, I look for a library to figure stuff out. And this is it. Typer, I know Sebastian Ramirez, who's responsible for FastAPI, created this. As much as I like FastAPI, I like this more. I got a thumbs up, so I think that's because of what I just said. So I'm also too stupid not to ask stupid questions. So the thing that I learned in middle school watching a kid pull this off is, Steve McLean, is there's no stupid questions. The only bad question is the one you do not ask. I heard this at my first Python conference in 2007, and I hope to hear it at every single one forever. And if I don't hear someone else say it, I'll say it. The other thing is, and I'm guilty of this to this day, is if you're trying to impress people by not asking questions, it's not working. And the thing is if you're worried about people thinking less of you because you ask stupid questions, the thing is, even if people notice and go, wow, why did they ask that question? No one, like typically they don't remember it. Maybe they're like, oh, early on they asked a lot of questions and they got up to speed. Or there's people who don't ask questions. And those are two entirely different categories of people. So always be asking questions. Again, if you're worried about embarrassing yourself, don't be. That'll fade, and instead you'll get knowledge. One of the things I'm a big advocate of is what's called the 30-minute rule. And the idea is that if you can't figure something out in 30 minutes, ask someone a question. It's as simple as that. And there, I explain it in a slide. But if it's that rule of 30 minutes isn't concrete, you can adjust it. You can say it's 60 minutes, it's 120 minutes. The thing is it's good within a group or an organization to set a rule like this, because otherwise, instead of moving on and doing important things, you can spend days figuring something out. And by asking the question, you often have to figure out the context of the question, which can give you answers, or you may discover your information is complete. You're not going to know that unless you ask a question. And the other thing is, don't abuse the rule. I've been in circumstances where one person kept asking questions, and on multiple occasions, one person would ask questions and not allow others to do that. So if you think other people, like, look around you when you're asking lots of questions, see who else is there, see if they want to, but don't be a jerk. Don't be this kid who was me a long time ago, with epic hair, Lorenzo. Okay, I can't remember things. Doc strings. We all know about doc strings. What I like more than doc strings actually is type hints. Because remember, I want to be lazy. And if I have doc strings, I have to write stuff out. And I'm a book author, so I do way too much writing. So I prefer type hints because then I don't need to document stuff. With type hints, you can read you can look at this code and infer it. I don't have to specify that y is a float and x is an integer in a doc string. I mean, maybe I should to be nice to people looking at it, but I don't have to. So again, type hints are great because they cross the boundary between laziness and stupidity. And so yeah, use type hints. And there's the whole catching errors thing, but for me, the joy of type hints is knowing what your arguments and return values are. When you're following a talk or tutorial, write down even the slide bullets so you have it. And I don't know if this is if anyone who's into learning or learning research, if this is true. It is for me and a lot of other people. So yeah, even writing down people's bullets can make a difference. So in fact, I've done this quite a bit. I used to keep notes from all of my the events that I was attending. I stopped around 11, 12 years ago. But the idea that I do is I would just write down everything. I stuck it in a repo that then got published on Read the Docs. And it was really useful because it meant that I had all this aggregate knowledge in one place that I could search that was a memory map of my mind, which meant it was more useful than just trying to use Google. And having this documentation has made me look good under so many circumstances because I could remember more than what my stupid brain could process or could hold on to. And yeah, I could dig out all kinds of old stuff and then use it down the road. And it was the foundation of Two Scoops of Django. It was part of the process of translating what there's a lot now in the Django docs. As good as they were back in the day, there was a lot that was tribal. And what I mean by tribal is verbal. You had to sit next to developers to learn certain things, use Django in certain ways. You could try to figure things out on your own, but there was a lot of extra work. But part of, I think, the process of changing that, and the docs are, I think, a bit more complete and part driven by, I mean, I know that's maybe that's an overreaching claim, is books like ours, which captured that. And if you're wondering, are we going to do a 5.x? Maybe. We're reconsidering it. Real quick poll, if we did Two Scoops of Django 5, who would be interested? Just, okay, that's not bad. All right. Okay, so other projects have benefited by this besides Django. Requests docs are solid. Fast APIs docs are famous. People built their careers around documentation. And these aren't tech writers, these are software developers. Okay, let's go on to lazy. I don't want to look up anything twice, or I don't want to do anything twice, don't want to debug code that was working before, and I don't want to look hard for docs. So let's go. You know this, right? Like if you have code, you write it twice. I mean, this is don't repeat yourself. I use type hints, so I have to write less docs. Again, I said how that was crossed over. And then, of course, I love taking all these utility functions that I have and putting them into a helper, a utils module. Then I put it up on GitHub so I can find it in case my laptop dies, because I already had someone move coffee over my laptop this trip, so that's what I'm trying to avoid. And then I put it on PyPI, and this is the foundation of open source. So this isn't just about being lazy, it's about being productive. Okay, I don't want to debug code that's worked before. Who here is on a project where you don't have tests and you have to manually test things on deployment? Yeah, there's a few of us. Lorenzo, really? Okay. Okay. What? Not in Kraken. Okay, that's an important thing. Okay, I was going to really catch some heat online for that. It's also boring. It's as humans, we're not designed for it. I mean, yes, a little bit of repetition can be fun, but after a while, and it's a way to build up skill. But after a while, the excitement, the newness of it fades, and with that comes complacency and errors. No matter how hard you try, eventually you're going to make a mistake. And when those mistakes come, when those bugs come, which aren't going to be fun, you're going to have more work or you're going to get yelled at. It's just not a good thing. So we write tests. The really important thing about tests isn't so much how you write tests, but I swear to goodness, I'm going to try not to offend anybody here, but so I'm just going to say, swear to goodness, write down how you run the tests. Who here has come to a project where like the README doesn't include how to run the test? Okay, yeah, it's a good scattering. And more of the experienced people are grimacing. And that comes to let's bring up READMEs. READMEs, every README, it drives me crazy. I like get almost violently ill when I see README that doesn't cover these three things: how do you install it, how you run it, how you test it. This should be in every project. Anyway, okay, so did I get the job at NASA? Because I gave a version of this with that specified tech in 2004, and did I get it? Yeah, I did. And thank you. I was so surprised when I got the job. I'm still kind of in shock. And yeah, there was a bit of luck involved. And part of it was Sharon Campbell. She was the woman who interviewed me. She was incredible. In the vain hopes that you hear this, if you're watching, get in touch with me. I'll convince my company to hire you. You're incredible. Yeah, mad respect to Sharon Campbell. Okay, so let's move on a little bit in time. So I worked at NASA from 2005 to 2010. And some amazing things happened. I got really started in Python. I met my spouse and then ended up having a kid who's actually here. I open sourced my first code, which is now Django Crispy Forms. Learned about climate change, and I coded tons. Yeah, I did learn quite a bit about climate change because this is when the current modern understanding was forming. And as an individual, I did what I could. I started to, which was recycling, composting, trying not to use lots of carbon. But did that make any difference? Does what we do as an individual, 1 out of billions, does that make any difference? Versus the other side of the coin, which is the big fossil fuel interests, the politicians who follow their lead, and all those who deny the scientific consensus. But let's, before we go off on that, I'm going to cover something else first. What I did do at NASA is I coded lots and lots. It was a really formative period of my career. And I even have written about it, and you can find it on my blog. And I'll cover what I did right here really quick. And at the heart of it is, as software developers, to get good at it, we need to do it. So at this event, you're going to be in tons of talks. And you're going to learn all kinds of things. You're going to be exposed to amazing libraries. And the thing I really want everyone to do is to use what they've learned. Like, make some time in the next couple weeks to really drill down and use that neat library. I've been scraping by to find time to look and play with polars and try to contribute to it. And it's killing me that when I worked on it, got really exposed to about a month or so ago, I've had almost no time to do it. And because I always want to be typing, I always want to be working on code, developing something, doing something. And with that, pairing is great, right? Like if I got to pair with my coworker David right there, he's awesome, who I should be pairing with more. But if I'm trying to improve as a software developer, I want him in the backseat and me be the one typing. If you're taking a class, like there's the tutorials here, always be typing the code. If you're in the workshops, if you are copy pasting the code from the tutorials into your box, your IDE, you're doing it wrong. Type it out. Trust me on this one. If there's no exercises in the workshop, if you're just being given a tour of how a library works, then you might as well be watching football or what's another sport that's, I guess in Italy, you just have football, right? Okay. Will you learn something watching a spectator sport? Can you learn the sport of football watching it? Sure you can, but you're not running, you're not kicking, you're not developing those muscles. Same thing with code. You are not developing your coding muscles. And certainly master. You can't get super good at anything as a spectator. It just doesn't work that way. The Social Network was a movie that came out, I don't know, like, oh my God, it's been like 14, 15 years ago. And I remember right afterwards, there's all these people who were decided to become entrepreneurs because they watched a social network and they thought that they could do that. And it's like, no, that's not how you become. You don't watch a movie and become something. You have to learn a skill. And you can't watch it. Yeah, you can't win at sports with TV. To master anything, to get truly good at it, you have to practice. And that's just the way of things. And I bring this up because I know a lot of people here, and you still have 2 days left. If you haven't been doing this, if you haven't been in there, like as soon as you get out of the class, you're like jotting down your notes, or if you're in a workshop, I don't know if there's still more workshops, then yeah, please, just code. It's gonna make a difference. So again, that's when people say, how do you get good at coding? This is where I steer them towards. Okay, so let's move forward in time. So 2010 onwards, I wanted to practice coding a lot. I had just left NASA, and I wanted to use my stupid laziness to move forward. And this was like a period where I did tons and tons of open source. It was so much fun. And from 2013 onwards, with my co-author and wife, we started doing books, which was fun. And the rush that I got from that is still super duper exciting. And it's something that, as much as I love working for Kraken with my colleagues, it's something that I miss, is the chance to share more with the world. So I'm trying to change up my schedule to make that work again. And my work's been used for amazing things. I know a bunch of people come to me and say, oh, your books and your libraries, they've helped me land jobs. It's like, yes, or I've heard about awesome projects that people built. It's been really exciting to see how, as an individual working in open source and publishing, I've made a difference around the world. And that's been fun. That's been just an absolute blast. The downside is my work's been used for evil. Cambridge Analytica uses some of my code. And these are other things that our projects have been involved in. Not only is there someone used stuff I did to build an app to sell wildlife illegally, they actually tried to hire me to help them build it out and maintain it. And that brings me to ethics in code. And this is, I don't know if you know this is the famous mathematician from Jurassic Park, and he raised this issue of just because you can build it doesn't mean you should. And I think that's pretty darn important, especially with the rise of AI in the world. And I know this is covered a lot here, but every time I start a job or consider a job, I ask who has helped and who is hurt. And these are things that I like to consider, like, what are we doing here? And, are we promoting falsehoods and taking away democratic process from people? Are we working to destroy the world by working on this project? And asking these questions, I think, is really, really important. For example, climate change. It's happening. We're seeing a series of incrementally hotter years. Every year, I think, how many years in a row has it been that we've had the hottest year in history? It just keeps on happening. And we're in May right now, and the Southwest US, which is where I lived until last year, is already under phase 2 water restrictions. And that it's so early, after even a wet winter, is just kind of crazy that we're in this stage. And you probably look at this and say, oh, is this from Los Angeles or Southern California, like maybe the Mojave Desert? No, this is southern France a couple of years ago, a dried out riverbed. So as far as I know, this isn't usual for France. So are there any French people who'd say that dried out riverbeds, is that a thing? Okay, yeah, I don't know, it just seems crazy, because this is what you see in the desert. This is what you see in the Mojave Desert or up in Joshua Tree. It's not what I think of when I think of France. And it doesn't have to be this way. we can fix this. And the reason why is because we collectively have a superpower, or we have superpowers as software developers. We can improve the lives of ourselves and our families. I've seen this happen. People tell me their stories and they say, oh, your book changed my life. And well, I'd love to take entirely credit for that. People lifted themselves up. They may have used my books and stuff as one of many resources, but they did it themselves. They built these things. They were the ones who changed the world. And together, we can use the same thing to save the planet. And remember how I said before that my impact on the planet is tiny? I mean, I'm composting. Typically, I'm taking public transit everywhere that I can. I am really finicky with what I do with plastics. And my wife and daughter, we all live the same way. But again, we're just 1 out of billions, or 3 out of billions. But as a software developer working specifically in the field of decarbonization and electrification, the impact, I can't, here, I'll just go to the next slide. Right now, and this number's probably gone up with something that happened earlier this month. Right now, I'm responsible for 60,000 people on renewable energy. So I'm not doing this as an individual, I'm doing it as part of a group effort. But each one of us who work for my particular company, which is Kraken, these little guys, this is what we are able to do. And you may ask, hey, you came here from London, and before that, the USA. What about the carbon cost of that transit? And that's a really fantastically good question. And here's my answer. If I can convince one or more of you, hopefully more than one, but if I convince just one of you to join my mission, right, then your impact is going to be similar and hopefully greater than mine. I'd love for you to help make it quite a bit more than that. So this is going to be my legacy. This is, I've got a little girl. She's a bit older here. We like to keep her current picture out of social media. But this is going to be my legacy. I want her to grow up in the same world that we got to grow up in. And it's possible if we use our superpowers, our programming superpowers to do this. So yeah, we have a booth here where I represent Kraken. And again, you can pick up these if I run out. We have a booth here at PyCon Italy. I will be at the booth tomorrow. You can come and talk to me, or Lorenzo with his magnificent hair, if you want someone who's got a bit more on top. And we have tons of different jobs and roles. And there's also a link that I'll share in the slides later. Now, here's the thing. Kraken, we are limited by the fact that we only operate in a certain number of countries, and we do not hire out of those countries. We're looking for particular skills, and some of you just may not like pink and purple octopi or monsters. I get that. It won't always work. So what can you do? Because I'd love for everyone in this room to join me on this mission. Again, you're software engineers or in the field of software development in some capacity. And this gives you superpowers. So my request is you go work for the competition. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which one of our companies wins. What matters is what we pass on to our kids, our grandkids, and basically the future. So Climate Base is a site that is for finding jobs and roles in the field of climate tech. So please consider this. I'm taking a picture, which is awesome. I'll let it stay clear. And I know some fantastic people who we tried to hire who went to work for competition. I nearly worked for a competitor rather coming to Kraken, but David Winterbottom convinced me to come over. So yeah, please, this is my big request. So about me, as my friend here said, Daniel Roy Greenfeld. I work on code at Kraken. I write stuff and I code. I'm married to Audrey Roy Greenfeld, who you might see around here. My daughter is walking around, and I am a superhero saving the planet. Okay, thank you.
All right, we have good time for questions. Thank you very much for the talk.
Thank you.
We already have one question. Just a reminder, I forgot to say in the intro opening, we use Slido for the questions, so please write your questions on Slido, and I will see them and I'll read it out loud. We have one question coming that says, what do you think about AI for supporting new generation of developers? Can that be good or not?
So is the person who asked that question in the room, so I can give them this? Do we know if they're in the room?
I believe this comes from the room.
Okay, looks like they're coming from outside. I don't see anyone raising a hand.
Oh, that was you.
Oh, that was you, okay, yeah. Here, if you can, here you go. Okay, so AI, do I think it can be good for developers?
And for the green...
So we're in the infancy of it, and I'm not an expert on AI. I think for software development, it's a really useful tool. It certainly helps get us past a lot of the, helps us get past the minutia. A lot of companies are making the mistake of thinking with AI they need less developers, and when instead they should be thinking about the fact that now their developers are more productive. AI doesn't replace developers. You still need to be able to recognize what's working code and what isn't, or where the edge cases are. In terms, and in that capacity, AI can help us resolve, I mean, it's a tool. It can help us resolve climate issues. But just like any tool can be used for good, it can be used for evil, or it can be misused. My understanding is that AI consumes a lot of electricity. And that brings us to the concept of electrification and whether or not we should have a scarcity of electricity. The way that our current, it's kind of hard to explain, but so I'm gonna try and make it really quick. Our idea that there's a scarcity of electricity is driven by the fossil fuel industry. If the regulations didn't hamper the creation of more electricity generation through renewable means, it would be less of an issue, right? Like the question isn't whether or not we can produce enough power to support ourselves, it's the fact that to install a windmill in most places on the planet takes 10 years. That's 10 years, about 9 years, 11 months of paperwork, and 1 month to set up the windmill and plug it into the grid. So yeah, that's the issue. I think it's not clear cut that AI takes up a lot of electricity, which it does.
Brilliant. Lots of questions. Please keep them coming.
Uh-oh.
All right. So we have the first one saying, is actually Python the best language for solving climate issues?
That's a fantastic question. Did the person answer that question? Are they here in the room? I don't.
They may be upstairs on the live streaming, so let's just save it for later.
So, all right, I've played with Go, which is a fun language. I play with Rust, which that's the cool and sexy language, and these are great languages, but your developer speed is generally going to be faster with Python. And if we had 100 years to wait, I would say, yeah, let's build it in Rust. It's going to be, we're all going to be like super cool hipsters, and that's fantastic. With awesome hair like David and Lorenzo. The thing though is that we don't have that long. And I don't want to use scare tactics or anything like that, because I try to take a positive view that we can fix it. But while the house is burning down, do you want to build a really nice ladder with tons of safety features, memory safety features, and other things to get the people out? or do you want to use Python to rig up something so you can get the fire out now and then replace strategic parts with Rust? So I think for now, with our current challenges, Python is a great tool, but certainly even now with what we do with Kraken, we're starting to leverage Rust in certain places.
We have another very good one saying, what about working for evil companies? Shall we refuse to do dangerous work? While you work on small features, you might miss the big picture anyway.
Is that person here in the room? Okay, hard to say. Okay, so if I understand correctly, they're like, what's wrong with working for evil companies? Would that be a good summary of that?
Yeah, and then they say, like, you might probably don't know that you're actually doing dangerous work because you're only working on a niche thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, there are companies who will mask what they do. And part of our job as software engineers, when you're going through the interview process to work at a company, they are interviewing you, but you have to remember an interview goes two ways. And you can reject a company. And depending on the job, maybe you should. And I understand that, in some places, the only jobs that people get or the first job offer that they get is with a company with a questionable product. And that's a hard one, especially if you don't have a job. Right now I have the luxury of being a software engineer with decades of experience. It's not hard for me to find work. I don't believe so. I haven't looked for work in a few years. But I don't know. That's a hard one. I mean, it's easy to say this is what my principle is, but my daughter is my legacy. If I have a choice between feeding her or not, then sometimes you have to do things you might not be proud of. But as soon as you can, find something else. Find something else. Or maybe work within, no, I don't want to say sabotage, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a hard one. That was a really rough question.
There's also another one almost sort of related that says, why do so many large tech companies, corporations, start with very good intention and end up doing evil? I think we all have a very good example in mind, I think. But
yeah, actually, I can. So this actually is an issue at Kraken. So we are a very, very progressive company. I am so proud that my company is very accepting of people from not just different backgrounds, different types of neurodiversity, different gender preferences. That's fantastic. And it makes me really happy to work with these people. But in order for us to fix the planet, we have to bridge across to the other side. We can't do it alone. And the fact is, for example, in the United States, which has a huge conservative element, out of them, the Republicans and Trumpists and stuff like that, still 70% of them agree with me on climate. But if I reject them because they differ in their opinion on abortion with me or LGBTQ rights, it's hard, but sometimes you have to be like, okay, let's fix the big problem, the big picture, which is that our planet is heating up, and then we can work on these smaller issues. So does that answer the question? But this is an issue at Kraken because we've run into this challenge before. Boris Johnson, whose values differ than most of the company, when he was prime minister, we had him in the office a number of times. And there was quite a bit of upset. There are people saying that, oh, we're selling out. And there's other things that we are talking to people who do have different values than our own. But again, we can fix that in the future if we have a future. And that's sometimes that I have to admit, that's a really hard pill to swallow. There are times I'm like, I've been like, I'm not sure I can work on this particular segment of the company. Certainly it's made me lose sleep at times.
That's great. Just to give you context, Boris Johnson was ex-Prime Minister of the UK, and great characters and many memes around. So if you don't know him, You can check him out. We didn't ask if that person who asked that question was in the room.
Are you in the room?
Oh, brilliant.
Okay. I have to throw left-handed because of an injury, so.
Well done.
Wow, okay, awesome.
Nice. All right, so we have another one by Andrea. As a developer, I aim to get better and better every year. But with age, I find learning new stuff harder compared to years ago. How can I mitigate this issue?
Ooh, that's a hard one. They're looking at the gray and this. And I'm probably one of the older people in the room. I have to say I struggle with that at times. I worry, is my learning phase over? And then I find something that really excites me, and when I get the chance, like everything else kind of fades away. So maybe the issue is finding something new and exciting that challenges you, that you can still learn. And especially if you, so yeah, that's it. Part of the reason why I'm interested in Rust is, with Python, I've been at it for, oh my God, like 18 years. It's hard for me to find new things that stump me. And because of that, it's sometimes Python actually is hard to work in. I mean, I love the language, I love the clarity, but the lack of the code challenge is, not having that chance to learn makes it harder. So I actually think this person may be, if they can find a new language or a new segment of Python, a new framework, that can be useful. Types are exciting in that capacity to some degree. Yeah.
There's so many questions happening, so thank you very much for asking them. We do have plenty of time for that. Well, there's a very quick one, and I think I choose just based on my favorites. Is actually not a question, and there's someone asking, can we get David and Lorenzo on stage? You referenced them a few times during the talk.
Oh yes, Lorenzo, come on up. So Lorenzo, remember the whole world. Oh yes, let's get David and Lorenzo. So look at this magnificent head. And yeah. And because we are a very progressive, diverse organization, we like to hire different genders and different beliefs and stuff like that, and different hair quality. So,
was Andrea here in the room for the previous question? Andrea's over there. Okay.
I can't get that far.
No.
This isn't gonna fling.
I'm not gonna. You'll pick it up later.
Okay.
I'm not going to trust that. All right, so let's go with the next one. Well, okay, this is a very nice one. What do you do when you feel like you have hit a wall and feel like what you're doing is not changing anything?
Is this in software development or climate? I'll answer both. How about that? In software development, I go for walks. I find other things to do. I will dodge a particular task until it gets clear, or sometimes I'll ask my colleagues, hey, I can't figure this out. Can you help? And it's hard because the ego gets in the way, which I should get better at asking questions. So yeah, for me, that's kind of unsolved. But yeah, usually taking a break from something is good. For climate, I refuse to surrender to the thought that we can't fix this. That apathy is a weapon used by those people who will lose the volume of profits they currently have under the current energy way we do things. Fossil fuel companies who make a lot of money and are very good at marketing themselves hit us. They've convinced us to count carbon credits, which for the most part is a very shady industry, and they attack us by teaching us to be apathetic about it. That we can't fix it. We might as well just let things happen. And I refuse to be a victim to that particular attack. And that is a conscious decision. But I can tell you at Kraken, we have lost a few developers, at least in the US, because of this, because they fell for that apathy. They're like, hey, you realize that that these industries have over 150 years of marketing experience. They are fantastically good, amazingly good. I'm actually impressed with how they operate at making us think things like we can recycle most plastics, when the reality is we can't. So they've convinced us of this, and I just don't like to fall for that anymore.
Was this person in the room? Oh, over there.
Oh.
Okay. So,
Did I answer your question or questions? Awesome. It was a great question.
okay. Shall we try this? Yeah. It's not going to hurt anyone?
Wow.
Almost there. Good.
Nice.
All right. There's another one. There's another question which is very popular live, and everybody's actually asking how to crack the Kraken interview if you're lazy.
How to crack the interview if you're lazy? Okay, so that's referring to...
At Kraken, though.
At Kraken.
Has to be at Kraken.
So I stepped away from the hiring processes of Kraken about a year ago. So it's hard to say where things have gone, but after some conversations at this event, I think things are pretty much the same. I think, I wish I had a good answer for you. I think we force people through too many interviews. Because it's kind of grown organically. It's not intentional. I don't believe it's intentional, but it's like, hey, let's interview this person another time and another time. And we have some fantastic employees that I helped get jobs here. And they went through, I can tell you they went through too many interviews because they told me, because they said, hey, I'm being asked to go to the umpteenth interview. The other thing is I think our coding challenge could be a little bit different. Right now it's just Django, but we should also, since most of our work is more in pure Python with Django as a persistence layer and kind of a HTTP layer than anything else, so I think we should accept fast API applications and Flask applications. So the answer I have to you is I hope that my colleagues hear this and say, can we reduce the interview count? Like, be aware of what we're doing to candidates and also allow alternatives to Django in as for submissions. So that way we have a broader audience or people might use tools that they better prefer.
Was this person in the room asking the question? All right, good. A sort of a similar one I wrote it from Jan. As a hiring manager, do you prefer a good generalist or looking for a specialist with exact skills?
Well, I'm not a hiring manager anymore, but so part of it is looking for, so there are certain jobs like in any decent sized organization, which we're looking for specialists and we're looking for generalists. So I know that's a non-answer, so I'll give you a better answer. What I looked for is people who were really, really passionate about coding, who it was clear that whenever they had the time to do so, they were in the guts of the code, and time went by without them paying attention. And my favorite example of this is we're considering someone who hadn't yet coded, or professionally, they're switching careers, and looking at their GitHub profile, they are working on this little Star Wars-y game, and they spent days adjusting like pixel perfection of the results. It was a JavaScript game. And just seeing how much they did that, and we were like, it was questionable. I said, no, we want this person because this person can't stop working on this and getting it perfect. They're loving what they're doing, and they're trying to make something perfect. I want to work with this person. And they've worked out well. So I called that one. That was a success.
So is Jan or Jan in the room? Oh, it's over there. Brilliant.
Where are they?
It's in the very back.
Oh, I'm not gonna.
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
So you'll pick it up later. I'll have it here.
Okay.
All right. So another one asking, how important? This is anonymous. How important is it to have a computer science degree to make a successful career as a software engineer?
As someone who doesn't have a computer science degree and I guess does that qualify me as self-taught? Because my wife does have a computer science degree, and she says she's self-taught. Anyway, I have this whole rant I've been like thinking about writing about, because when people say, I don't know if you've ever experienced a self-taught developer before, it's like, I think having a computer science degree can open doors in certain companies and organizations, but not in all of them. There are certain, like I used to struggle with like recursion, and I probably still do. I think that's the thing I miss most about it. If I could do it again, I probably would have gotten a computer science degree. But I think in this day and age, it's not, unless you're trying to work for like Accenture or McKinsey or one of these big consulting companies, a lot of other companies don't really care what you're back. And some of the best software developers I know certainly don't have computer science degrees. Daniel, you don't. What's your degree in? I don't think it's computer science. Yes, you. Daniel. Yeah. And he's giving a keynote, and he's like my hero. So, yeah. So if he can get by without one, I can get by, then you can get by too.
Not just your hero, by the way, but we'll have Daniele. Is it tomorrow, Daniele? Tomorrow.
Yes.
Sorry, too many things happening at the same time.
Oh, sorry, he's.
Okay.
He's raising.
Oh, it's you.
Oh.
You also struggle with recursion.
And this is oh my God, yeah, and this is the guy behind PyPy. So.
Good. Okay, so was the person asking the question in the room?
They said they're anonymous, so.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, Jesse is asking, you mentioned to keep typing, and I find myself a code reviewer often. Would you call this a spectator sport? Should I try to write more code than review it?
So I guess, does that mean they're reviewing pull requests or they're just looking at code?
Pull
Is
requests.
this your question?
Okay.
So here's the fun thing. When you have the foundation of code, and then you're pretty good at, and then you look at someone else's pull request who does, well, even with a poor pull request, sometimes you can learn things and pull things out of it. And there's some people who give you pull requests, you're like, oh, this is, right? I guess, is that an Italian expression? So you can learn stuff from pull requests. And sometimes it is through a pull request that you pick up a nuance that you otherwise might not have, because you see a practical real-world code example. So that's what I try to do with this. And when I find those pull requests at work, which have like clean architecture and the commits are broken up elegantly, it's like, oh, when I grow up, I want to do this. So, yeah. But you're going to get better if you do submit more. So I will say that. So here you go. I think I can offhand.
Nice.
Yes.
Well done. All right. Anonymous asking, what is or was NASA doing for climate change?
I'm sorry.
NASA doing for climate change?
Oh, my goodness. Well, certainly education, trying to tell people about that this is a thing. I know that there's also satellite monitoring. One of the things that, so the methane, so there's this stuff that has a great marketing term called clean natural gas, which is not clean and not natural. It's methane with pollutants is really what it is. So the industry self-regulates itself throughout most of the world. They submit reports of what their leaks are, how many emissions, bad emissions they have. And these numbers, as they've detected from satellite, is wildly off track with reality. And that is something that NASA has been involved in. I'm sure there's other programs, lots of them. So the challenge, though, is NASA is part of the political machine that is the United States government. So under the previous presidential administration, all efforts to track climate change were reduced or stopped. And so they've started back up again, but do understand NASA, there's only so much change. I mean, NASA itself can't do anything. It's about space and exploration, not fixing Earth's problems. So it can then be used to identify them.
Yeah, that's a fair answer. Since you started working at Kraken, are you more or less optimistic about the future of climate change?
Yes, actually, I'm more optimistic, even though I see a lot more and I see where we're stalled. The thing is, I've seen the renewables industry explode around the planet. I can see the interest. I can see the fossil fuel producers, not the line managers, not the workers, because they're all like, fossil fuels, they swallowed the pill. But the executives, the high-level executives, the investors, are like, how can we cash in too? And the reality is, I mean, say what you will about capitalism, but it is a powerful driver for change. And if they want to invest their petrol dollars not into building more petrol plants, but investing in solar plants, and if they make a profit over it and then they control us through energy grid manipulation, but the world is saved, we can then deal with the problem of that facet of capitalism. What we can't deal with is where they're currently heading to. So did that answer a question? I don't know. I think I might have. Oh, it did. Excellent. Yes.
Good.
I win.
So you get your.
Was that your? Oops.
All right. I think that's it. Yeah. We're on time. That was the last question. There are so many other questions, so you can find Daniel around.
I'll be at the Kraken booth tomorrow and around tonight, this evening.
Brilliant. So thank you so very much for attending. And again, a huge round of applause to Daniel.
So thank you very much. A quick announcement. If you are attending Data Beers and you are already registered, please